Live from the studio at the Kinabalu Tower in Kota Kinabalu, Sabah East, Malaysia, you are joining us for a special webinar being broadcasted through our social media networks on Facebook pages, Lembaga Kebudayaan Sabah, and on the official YouTube page, Sabah Government Official. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, colleagues, and indigenous peoples from all over the world, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I am Atama Katama, your host today for this webinar. I am the indigenous person of the Dusun community in Tambunan. I am also the incoming consultant for the Sabah Cultural Board. Welcome once again. Now, today's webinar is an international discussion about people's relationship with their mountain. We will take a closer look at various angles of this topic with our esteemed panel of experts from Sabah, as well as expert from Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, East Asia growth area throughout the whole day's broadcast. Today's broadcast is divided into two areas. The morning session, where we have our domestic speakers, and in the afternoon session, where we are joined by international panel of experts. So stay tuned with us until the end of our program today. We would like to encourage you to like, to share, to copy the link and send it to friends and families all over the world, including yours, right at home. So to begin our webinar this morning entitled People and the Mountain Relations, let us begin with the opening remarks. And for this, we are very pleased and honored to have with us Yang Berbahagia Tuan Haji Abdoh bin Haji Damit. He is the chairman of the BIMPIAGA, which is Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, East Asia Growth Area for the Socio-Cultural and Education Cluster. Yang Berbahagia Tuan Haji Abdoh bin Haji Damit is the Director of Culture and Arts from the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports of the beautiful country Brunei Darussalam. For the opening remarks, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man tabi'a wa wala. Yang saya hormati, yang berhormat Datuk Jeffrey Arifin, Minister of Tourism, Culture and Environment of Sabah. Yang berbahagia Tuan Haji Yusri Abdullah, the Permanent Secretary of Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Environment of Sabah. Tuan Titing Putang, Pengurusi Lembaga Kebudayaan Negeri Sabah. Tuan Meki Apison, General Manager Lembaga Kebudayaan Negeri Sabah. To appreciate our culture also means to appreciate our history. It was theorized that we started as the people of the mountains. We are proud of our natural heritage, like the Pantaron mountain range in Mindanao, Gunung Kapalat Mada in the Maluku Islands, Gunung Pagun in Brunei Darussalam, Gunung Kerian in Sarawak, and most evidently Gunung Kinabalu in Sabah. Archaeological evidences found stone tools and artifacts used by our early settlers in Madai and Baturong caves and also in Mansuli Valley. They were believed to have existed more than 230,000 years ago. We also acknowledge the role of migration of both the hill people and the river people. Cultural practices, socio-political implications, and the cultural landscape were some of the many factors that developed the heritage, culture, and history of the people in our East ASEAN growth region. It is the vision of BIM IAGA to provide spatial focus to connectivity, facilitate cross-border movements and exchanges to stimulate trade, investment, and tourism, as well as benefits and opportunities for our SMEs. The core of this vision is, of course, our people. We would like to see an enriched appreciation of our shared culture and heritage, as well as strengthen partnerships in education and training. It is then the role of the Socio-Cultural and Education cluster that promotes people-to-people connectivity through socio-cultural understanding. I congratulate Lembaga Kemajuan Negeri Sabah for organizing this important and timely webinar. I look forward to fruitful discussions on the ever-important role of culture in the lives of our community, in the vicinity of the mountains of BIM IAGA region, and the role of governments in preserving the culture and the peoples of the mountain. I pray, inshallah, the success of this webinar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We thank you, Yang Berbahagia Tuan Haji Abdoh bin Haji Damet, for your opening remark. And now, let us hear the webinar launching speech by Yang Berhormat Datuk Jafri Arifin, the State Minister from the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Environment. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Jafri.
Salam sejahtera and salam Sabah Maju Jaya. A very good morning to you all. First and foremost, I would like to convey our Minister, Yang Berhormat Datuk Jafri Arifin's heartiest congratulations to everyone involved in realizing this webinar. Regrettably, he is not able to attend this webinar as he is currently away on official duty in Kuala Lumpur. He has requested me to convey his apologies and warmest regards to all and to deliver his speech as follows. It is a great pleasure to be here to deliver the opening speech and officially launch the webinar entitled People and the Mountain Relation. On this note, I wish to commend and congratulate the Sabah Cultural Board for the efforts and success in organizing this webinar in collaboration with Sabah Parks. This webinar is indeed timely, especially at this very challenging time. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19, which started as a viral flu outbreak, has now become a global pandemic. Not only are people suffering from this pandemic, but the economy is also at its mercy, with countries imposing movement control orders, causing a severe economic impact on almost all sectors of the economies. Tourism is one sector that is hit hardest by this pandemic. The arts, culture, and creative industries have been among those sectors that are most seriously impacted. However, despite all the challenges, this pandemic has also given the cultural sector an opportunity to create partnership and collaboration, to reinvent and diversify, attract new audience, and develop new skills that support the world's transition to the new conditions. The ministry, though, through the Sabah Cultural Board, is working continuously to strengthen the cultural identity and branding of the state tourism attractions by planning more cultural activities and programs. One such program is the integrations of community, culture, and their surroundings in empowering cultural tourism. Today's webinar is part of the program to promote sharing of knowledge and experience between participating countries. This webinar is also a forum to share the cultures and people that lives around the mountain. This is part of our program preparation for the opening of cultural tourism industry in new norms. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed heartening to know that this webinar has brought together panelists not only from Sabah but also from Indonesia, the Philippines, and Korea. I'm sure this webinar will offer a forum for discussions, sharing of knowledge and experience on how cultural tourism can contribute towards improving the livelihood of local communities, sustain and protect the environment, and enhance local state economies, especially through cultural tourism. Last but not least, I wish you all a fruitful discussion. The sharing of experiences, knowledge, and information will no doubt guide all of us to achieve the desired objective of this webinar. It will also give us a better view and about the culture around the mountain and how our worldview is affecting our way in taking care of the mountain. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to officially launch the People and the Mountain Relations Webinar 2021. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yang Berhormat Datuk Justinus Bangkuai, with the webinar launching speech on behalf of the Minister, Yang Berhormat Datuk Jafri Arifin. We will be back after this video.
I didn't really know what to expect. I knew there would be many people from different communities to come to this gathering, and I was very excited to meet the people and to learn more about them and understand how they were feeling about what happened to their mountain, and to learn how they might want to take care of it.
Suddenly the building, the office shaking. In 1 or 2 minutes, the mountain, we cannot see the mountain. The things I remember that time is just, oh God, today I will die.
I'm see the lowest peak, all the rocks was fallen, and some of the climbers actually they're still there. Actually what I'm doing, I'm just like shout to them to running down.
I just want to say how relieved and happy I am to finally be home. I know my behaviour was foolish, and I know how much offence we all caused to the local people of Sabah. For that, I am truly sorry.
Started when photographs of these naked tourists were circulating online, showing them naked near the peak of Mount Kinabalu, which is considered sacred for locals here. There's lots of indigenous groups in Sabah state, and they believe it's the final resting spot for the spirits of their ancestors. And the Deputy Chief Minister of Sabah had said that he saw a direct correlation, a direct link between the actions of these tourists and the earthquake a few days later, which killed 18 people, including school children. Well, Not all Malaysians, of course, agree with this, but they do believe that these foreigners had acted with entitlement and that they should be punished because Sabah Parks officials have accused these foreigners of not only stripping, but also urinating and then cursing at one of their staff members.
Live from the studio at the Kinabalu Tower in Kota Kinabalu, Sabah, East Malaysia, you are back with us on a special webinar being broadcasted through our social media networks on Facebook pages, Lembaga Kebudayaan Sabah, and on the official YouTube page of Sabah Government Official. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome, welcome, welcome to all of you watching. The video which gave us an introduction is a natural disaster which happened in our part of the world, Asia, at the epicenter of Mount Kinabalu. A lot of us thought many ideas on why such a tragedy happened. And today, 5-6 years later, we are learning that there is such a thing called religious heritage and relationships between sacred spaces and sacred time. Ladies and gentlemen, sacred spaces and religious sites can be studied from different perspectives. The approach proposed takes into account the relationship between the tangible and the intangible heritage, that is, between sacred space and sacred time, including rituals being regarded as part of the tangible heritage. In general, when reference is made to sacred spaces or to sacred time, reference is made to heritage elements. The concept of cultural heritage can be very broad, it is very complex and difficult to define, and it has changed over time. The World Conference on Cultural Policies, organized by UNESCO in 1982, defined the cultural heritage of a people. But subsequently, in 2003, UNESCO introduced the concept of intangible heritage, understanding it as the various forms of a traditional and popular folk culture, including customs, rites, and festivals. Intangible cultural heritage is traditional, contemporary, and living at the same time. It is inclusive, it is representative, it is also community-based. Sacred spaces are constituted of movable and immovable elements, but at the same time, they have a function in worship that is related to rites and festivals, including elements of the tangible heritage and intangible heritage, such as buildings and monuments, artistic objects, and also texts, legends, rites, and so on. So this morning, ladies and gentlemen, we have a wonderful group of expert panelists who will be sharing knowledge regarding the topic. I have the pleasure to introduce the first topic and the speaker. It is entitled Introduction to Geopark. Joining us now is Mr. Justinus Guntabid. He is the Assistant Director, International Relations Division of Sabah Parks. Our speakers this morning are given a time allocation of 25 minutes, and the moderator will come in from time to time to remind us about the remaining time. But let's kick off our webinar with our first topic this morning. Mr. Justinus Guntabid, you are most welcome, sir.
Thank you, moderator. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, greetings. Good morning, Kopi Bosian, and Salam Sabah Majujaya. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be present and to share about the UNESCO Global Geopark program today in this webinar. I'm going to be using a few slides to share my presentation. Yeah. Okay. Anybody? Moderator, can you see the slide? Can anybody? Okay. All right. So in fact, the title giving to me is Introduction to Geopark. I will try to convey as much as possible what I know about geoparks within the time limit. And this is the content of my presentation. What is geopark? Background of UNESCO Global Geopark, guidelines for global geopark, a network, and then the Malaysia Geopark, benefit of geopark, aspiring Kinabalu Geopark before I end my presentation with a conclusion. Next, please. Yeah, what is geopark? A geopark is a single undivided geographical region where international geologically significant sites and landscapes are maintained with a comprehensive approach to conservation, education, and long-term development. It's a protected area featuring geological historical assets that may be utilized by anybody for long-term preservation, education, and development. Next, please. Okay, Geopark have been a part of UNESCO since 2001, and the Geoparks initiative was launched by UNESCO in response to the perceived need for an international initiative that acknowledges sites representing an earth science interest. The Global Geopark Network was formed in 2014 when 17 European and 8 Chinese geoparks met at UNESCO headquarters in Paris to create the Global Geopark Network, or the GGN. And the GGN intends to increase the value of such places while also providing jobs and encouraging regional economic growth. Since then, the Geopark network has grown, encompass about 169 locations in 44 countries. They've grown in importance as means of for UNESCO to engage member states and their people in earth sciences and geological heritage. On 17 November 2015, the 195 member states of UNESCO ratified the creation of a new label, the UNESCO Global Geopark. This expresses governmental recognition of the importance of managing outstanding geological sites and landscapes in a holistic manner. Currently, UNESCO works by supporting member states' effort to establish UNESCO Global Geoparks all around the world, particularly in developing territories without the geopark, with the collaborations of other global geopark network. The GGN collaborate with the World Heritage Center of UNESCO and the World Network of Biosphere Reserve of Man and the Biosphere Program. Next, please. Yeah, it is important that a potential geopark consists of certain ecologies, archaeology, history, and culture. The three main aspects for geopark is that involves the community within the geopark area, conserve the heritage of the community in questions, as well as enhance economic development of the region. Next. According to guidelines of the UNESCO Global Geopark, in order for an area to apply to be included in GGN, it has to meet three major criteria. Number one, it must have sustainable management plan that is designed to include socio-economic development through geotourism. Number two, show ways for preserving and enriching geological heritage, as well as offer opportunities to teach geoscientific subjects and broader environmental concern. And the third one is a submitted joint proposal by public authorities, local communities, and private sectors interests acting together that demonstrate the best practice with respect to heritage and its inclusion into sustainable development strategy. Next. Here are some examples of some areas categorized under UNESCO's Global Geopark program. The landscape of this geopark shows significant geological value worth conserving while also involving their local communities. This picture here show how the geopark border, despite their landscape, while the second set of here, the pictures showcase the importance of the geopark as mean to conserve their historical culture. The landscape and heritage from this geopark act as a source of income for the area, not only through the agriculture activities, but also through tourism. All these places have elements that allows them to be recognized an impressive global geopark involving the community, conserve the heritage of the land, as well as development of economically. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, thank you. Background of geopark in Malaysia. In 2013, the committee formation decided for the implementations of a new national geopark committee. This national geopark committee was established in 2015 and chaired by the Chief Secretary of the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources, or KDCA, and included members from state-level agency and significant federation. Under KDCA, the JMG is in charge of carrying out development plans under the Geopark Potential Assessment Project for the conservation and preservation of country's natural resources. This is in Rancangan Malaysia ke-12. As for currently, Malaysia has 5 national geopark, 1 UNESCO geopark, 1 aspiring UNESCO geopark, and 3 national geopark. Next, please. This is the UNESCO Global Geopark that we have in Malaysia. It's Langkawi UNESCO Global Geopark. As you can see here, the whole Langkawi, the 99 island in Langkawi is a geopark area. And if you can see the timeline here, in fact, it is the proposal to Kedah state government for making Langkawi is a geopark was started in 2001, but only in 2007, Langkawi Geopark is acknowledged in global geoparks network. Next, please. This is the some of the pictures within the Langkawi UNESCO Geopark, Global Geopark. Next. Yeah, this is what I said. The slide show the other geopark which currently exists in Malaysia. Besides Langkawi, we have here Jerai National Geopark in Kedah as a national geopark. We have Kinta Valley National Geopark in Perak, and we have Mersing National Geopark in Johor. Next. And we have also a Sarawak Delta Geopark. Sarawak Delta Geopark is the progress of getting the acknowledgement from the Sarawak State government to become a national geopark and for future becoming a UGGP. And one aspiring Kinabalu geopark is here in Sabah. Next. What are the benefits of geopark? A geopark, in fact, holds a numbers of benefits, especially towards the community living within the area. First, the community may increase their income by developing and selling product from their area. Through these tourism activities, will increase those direct and indirectly create employment opportunity. The second, through research and development, the community has the opportunity to participate in geotourism development activities, identify the special value of a treasure and also the development of database. The third one, the community has the opportunity to involve themselves in education programs such as public awareness program and also sharing their knowledge. And the fourth one is the community can get involved in the conservation and preservation program. This action is critical to ensuring that our geological, ecological, and cultural legacy is maintained for future generations to appreciate. Next slide, please. Okay, the state of Sabah as our own aspiring global geopark in Kinabalu. Mount Kinabalu, as we know, is the tallest mountain between the Himalayas and the New Guinea, south of Kinabalu Park, which is located in this northern tip of Borneo. It contains a broad variety of ecosystem ranging from lush tropical lowland and hill rainforest to tropical mountain forest, the subalpine forest, and the scrub at high level. It has been classified as a Southeast Asian forest or ASEAN Center of Plant Diversity and is particularly rich in species having Himalayan, Chinese, Australian, and Malaysian flora, as well as pan-tropical vegetation on display. The Kinabalu Park, which cover 16% of the entire aspiring Kinabalu Geopark area, was designated as a World Heritage Site in December 2nd, 2000. And the park actually is owned by the state of Sabah and maintained by Sabah Parks, which is a statutory entity under the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Environment. In a special meeting on April 1, 2019, the National Geopark Implementation Committee concluded that Kinabalu Global Geopark had met all of the requirements to become a national geopark. Kinabalu was authorized as a national geopark by the Sabah State Cabinet on March 18, 2020. An additional action to be classified as a UNESCO Global Geopark was subsequently accepted. Next slide. This is the compact timeline of what was mentioned earlier. As for currently, we are now waiting for the evaluation for UNESCO Global Geopark. Next, please. This is the map of Kinabalu Geopark with an area approximately 4,750 kilometers square, comprising Kota Blut District, Kota Marudu District, and Ranau District. Within the Kinabalu Geopark, there are 46 geosites, 12 protected sites, 8 culture sites, and 8 indigenous villages identified and recorded within the aspiring Kinabalu Geopark dossier to UNESCO. Next, please. As explained, a geopark refers to an area consisting of geological heritage that can be used to preservation, conservation, education, and development that are suitable. Protected forests, conservation, and protection of wildlife may exist in a geopark. Therefore, it is important that a potential geopark includes geological elements, biological elements, and cultural elements. By using the Kinabalu Geopark as example, it can be seen here. I hope you can see this. The three elements are included within this area. Okay, the geological heritage, the biological heritage, and the cultural heritage, in line with together with the forest reserve and also the World Heritage Site within this Kinabalu Geopark. So what Geopark are all about is not only geology but also community oriented activities. Next slide, please. This picture shows examples of some of the geological sites within Kinabalu Geopark. This is the summit of Kinabalu, and the picture here show the Kundasang triangular facet, and down here is the Bolijung area in Kota Marudu, and this is the Langanan falling pouring, and also this the Panalaban place. I'm not going to explain more about geology because it is not my field of work. Okay, yeah, the Kinabalu, okay, that's okay, that's okay. The Kinabalu mountain is a secret mountain to Dusunic ethnic group, where they regard it as the home of departed. So community wealth, harmony, and safe mountain climbing are all of the annual ceremony at the full hills of Mount Kinabalu. And in fact, Sabah Park has a long, collaboration with the community, especially on the cultural beliefs connected to Kinabalu Mountain. And also, the Rungus tribes live in longhouse that are construction orientation to the mountain. And local communities also use the mountain as a sense of direction to gather natural resources. Okay, I'm not going to elaborate more regarding the local indigenous association with the Mount Kinabalu. I believe it will be further explained by other speakers later on. Okay, Kinabalu is a population of approximately 300,000 people, with 70% of them being indigenous races from 14 tribes. Through the Geopark program, they are given the opportunity to develop and maintain their traditional culture and lifestyle. The community are able to transform their culture into a form of tourist attraction by introducing them to their food, dance, traditional music, handicraft, and so on. And ongoing community involvement can ensure that their culture is preserved and maintained. Next slide. Most of the stakeholder and local communities are in support of aspiring Kinabalu UNESCO Global Geopark Initiative. So within the aspiring Kinabalu Geopark, at least 82 locations of current small-sized local communities, nature, tourism-based economic operation have committed to the aspiring Kinabalu UNESCO Global Geopark, which add value and boost their market and marketing. Next slide. This is just pictures of culture indigenous people. Next slide. Oh, well, now I come to my conclusion. By raising awareness of the importance of the areas, geological heritage in history and society today, UNESCO Global Geoparks give local people a sense of pride in their region and strengthen their identification with the area. The creation of innovative local enterprises, new jobs, and high-quality training courses is stimulated as new sources of revenue are generated through sustainable geotourism, while the geological resources of the area are protected. And I think that's end my presentation. Thank you all for your kind attention. And I hand control back this line to the moderator. Over to you, moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Justinus Guntabid, the Assistant Director, International Relations Division from Sabah Parks. Thank you, sir, for sharing with us what is a geopark, what are the histories of UNESCO in working with the government of Sabah, the agencies in Sabah, especially with the body of Sabah Parks until today, that Sabah Parks and our state government of Sabah is in the process of getting the recognition of a new status for our Mount Kinabalu, sacred mountain, as a geopark status. And from your sharing, it is worth to note that the area of a geopark is not limited only to a mountain. So truly there is beings of cultural practices by community from their towns, from their villages in the whole affected area. So we know more about geoparks now. Again, thank you, the Assistant Director from Sabah Parks, Justinus Guntabid, with the first topic. Let's now move on to our second topic. If a while ago, we know the concept of UNESCO heritage status, now geopark status, that's in the process. The previous speaker mentioned that on culture and peoples with traditional knowledge, expressions, traditional intellectual property of peoples around a particular mountain, there is so much to ask. So we have the perfect presenter to share with us the second topic entitled The Kadazandusun's Worldview and Belief Related to Mount Kinabalu. Joining us now is my very good and honorable friend, comrade in the culture and adat. He is Tindarama, Dr. Benedict Topin, the Director of Socio-Cultural Heritage of the Kadazandusun Cultural Association, KDCA. Please join us now, Dr. Benedict Topin, or may I say, Tindarama Dr. Ben.
Kapisunduan, moderator Atama. Greetings to my distinguished guests. I believe we have co-presenters, a panelist from the Philippines, Mabuhay, Gandang Umaga, and we have from Indonesia also member panelists. Selamat pagi. And from our friends in Korea, annyeonghaseyo. If you can put on my slide presentation, I will basically talk on the sacred mountain, and from the worldview of Mammalianism, which is our heritage religion. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, I have to. Okay, when we speak about the mountains and beliefs, worldviews, and heritage law, please bear in mind that it is from the spiritual values that we get the spirit of a worldview. And it is from worldview that we get the spirit of the adat or heritage law. And from the adat or heritage law, we get the spirit of our culture. These are like the invisible rules when we play chess. There are rules, but they are invisible. But these are the ones that are maneuvering if we always are kept in mind, especially for the Kadazandusuns, when as they live, as being taught by our elders, we have always to be spiritually centered in our conscience. Okay, next, please. Okay, within the Mammalian religion, I think you go straight to the next slide, please. Okay, within the Kadazandusunology, I would say, or Kadazandusun belief system, we are a created being from the upper world. So we are given life and we are placed as human or Kadayan in the middle world, the earth. And based on our way of living, how we conduct ourselves, we can become plants, we can become animals, and after our death, some souls will go to the hellish underworld. Others who are affected by a curse will become nothing. We become void because there are curses that are intended for that. And if they deserve it, it's the belief that they can become nothing. But for those souls that needs to be purified, they are the ones that goes to the first level of the upper world, which is just bordering the tip of Mount Kinabalu and the upper world. So that is where, and that is why we say Mount Kinabalu is sacred, because it is the abode of the departed souls of our ancestors and our relatives who are called by God before us. And from there, after purification, they're emancipated and they go back to the heavenly abode and to the heavenly kingdom, which is in the upper world. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, the cosmological worldview of Mammalianism is that Kadayans, or humans, have been placed by Creator God and Creator God couple goddess Kinengan and Sumundu to live temporarily in the middle world, the earth, which is called Winarun, which is positioned between the upper world, Libabo, and the underworld, Kalungkud, as depicted in the figure below. Next slide, please. So within this arrangement of the upper world, middle world, and the underworld, the human beings, the Kadayans, have been placed to live for a while within this middle earth, middle world. And the middle world is divided into 7 levels, spiritual levels. And if you are following the elemental water levels, then you can call it the horizon. The sea level is the first level. The estuarine is the second level. The flowing levels are the rivers. The hosting levels are the higher forests, the mountains. The spring levels away, the eye of the springs emerge from the ground. Catchment, the mountain areas, and the clouded level, of course, are the clouds that form the rain when they come, when they condense as rain. Okay, so if you look at this middle world, the first level is the sea level. They call it Pisaniban. They have the, according to Reliance, they have all the individual names in Kadazandusun. Pisaniban, and then the Pitas, Paraloyan, Paisapan, Tudanon, Penerkasan, Gonan, and the Gonan is the clouded part. Now, at the tip of that Gonan, we have the tip of sacred Mount Kinabalu, which is referred to as Pongoluan. That is where the temporary abode of the departed souls or our ancestor spirits are there before they get emancipated to the upper world. In the equivalent of a belief system like Christianity, it is like the purgatory, but its position is at just at the tip of Mount Kinabalu, just below the first level of the upper world. Okay, next please. Again, in Mammalianism, the higher the position of a place is from the base of the underworld, that's Kalungkod, the holier or the more sacred that place is. So as Mount Kinabalu occupies a unique position of having its highest tip bordering Lipompon, the first level of heaven, of the upper world, it is considered the highest and hence most sacred level of the Kadazandusun earth habitat Winarun, where Gimbarans, or the souls of the departed, resides a while at Pongoluan, just above the Kinabalu's highest peak. While undergoing purification before they get emancipated. Okay, so obviously Mount Kinabalu is considered as a living sacred temple where the Kadazandusuns can communicate with the divinity caretaker couple. They refer it in the Renite as Akinabalu and Adu Sinundu, as well as to communicate with the Gimbarans, the departed souls, the related ancestors, as well as to create with the creator couple themselves, Kinaingan and Sumundu, and of course the daughter savior Penempuan Huminadun. So sacred Kinabalu also functions as one of the main foundational socio-cultural, spiritual, and physical geomancy. If you talk about this in Chinese, they call it Feng Shui. So in reference to the dealing of position of human constructions, positioning of human physical body, sleeping, positioning of corpse, the dead, and in accordance to the spiritual natural energy relationship flows and dynamics. For instance, for a dead person, the head must be arranged to be away from Kinabalu and the foot should be towards Kinabalu. And for the people who are sleeping at the night time, normally the advisable position from the Mongolian point of view is that the head should be towards Kinabalu and foot should be away from Kinabalu. So when you are for the corpse, it is the other way around. And then if they use other elemental, positioning for the construction of the houses, then they can refer to the mountain also, where it is not the entry. The entry would be towards the east, and the exit would be towards the west. There are all meanings and purposes for that one. Okay. Finally, within the Mammalianism concept of Kadayan as ecological being itself, because we are part of the ecology in spirit, we as humans are sacred one in spirit, and hence in Mammalianism, Kadayans or humans can realistically and fundamentally declare that We are the very earth, including the mountain, because the mountain, they have their own spirits. They have the caretakers and there's earth spirit. It's the elemental spirit, the part of the ecological component of human being. We are the plants, because the spirit of the plant is part and parcel of the ecological component of the human ecological being. We are the animals, because the spirit of the animals is part and parcel of the ecological component spirit of human being. We are the waters, the hydrosphere, because part of the spirit of water is also a component of the spirit of the human being. If you remember, the Chinese, they have the elemental components also. I think water, fire, and wood, things like that. They have 5, I think. We are the wind, the atmosphere, because the spirit of the atmosphere, the wind, is also part of the component of the ecological spirit of the human being. And we are the stars, the stellar space, and the universe of the stars, because the universe is part and parcel of the spiritual component of our ecological being. Please go back to the slide still. Yeah, because it is very important for me to emphasize this. We are also part of the spirits of our ancestors, Ogimbaranan. That's why Mount Kinabalu is sacred, because we are part and parcel. They are very much part and parcel of our being, the ancestral being. We are also having what we call humanity in divinity, because we have that spiritual part in us that is further enhanced by divinity in humanity, which is the Diwato. So that's why when we have the Bobolian, or the rituals, or the renites, the recitals of the Bobolian, they will always refer to Diwato. They have a Menan Diwato, means they have to establish their relationship with the godly part in them, and then only then they can have the empowerment. Okay, next slide, please. So this is the relationship. We can definitely basically draw a formula that the Kadazandusun ecological being, KD, is K1 to K7, where K1 is the earth and the planetary spirit, the mountain included. K2 is the floral spirit. K3 is the fauna spirit, the animal spirit. And K4 is the atmospheric spirit, which is the air that we breathe. And the hydrospheric spirit, the Kawegan, is K5. And the ancestral spirit is K6. And the divinity in humanity is K7. So these are the ecological being that is very much the essence of who we are from the mammalian spiritual beliefs and worldviews. So when we consider this, when we go to the mountain, we greet the mountain as Aki, because we are related spiritually. Aki means grandfather. I believe in the Philippines, they use the word Apo. So when they have Mount Apo, it is their sacred grandfather mountain. So these are the relationship why the mountain is very sacred there. And unfortunately, we forget sometimes to respect the mountain, or to pay tribute to not only the mountain, but the various ecological components that surrounds it, which is very much a part of us, because we are carried away maybe by different interests when we are around the mountain. So it is in this context that I would strongly propose to the Ministry of Tourism that they provide for a spiritual precinct where our spiritual specialists, the Bobolians, can have a meditation and a center or briefing center for people to know the spiritual aspect of the mountain.
Respectfully to our presenter, you have 5 minutes more on your...
Next slide, please. Finish the slide. Okay, so this is one of the teachings, the tenet of the teachings of Momolianism. Honor the upper world as your father, the earth as your mother, fellow humans as yourself, and all living beings on earth, seen and unseen, as your relatives. So, I end by closing with a greeting, Kapisunduan. That's the human, divine, spiritual greeting is the same as Namaste. The divinity in humanity in me greets the divinity in humanity in you, because in spirit, minus all the human from weaknesses and sinfulness, we are one in spirit, the spirit of God, Yuato, which is Sunduan. So, Kopi Sunduan, Kataluadan. And there are some slides and some more slides of rituals, and also videos of the sacrilege of Kinabalu that can be witnessed from the resource that I provided for the for these organizers. So feel free to go and view them, and if there is any question surrounding them and where I can help, I'm ready to answer. So thank you very much, and congratulations for the I think that to me it is a long-awaited seminar, a webinar, especially for this region, because we share fundamental views, worldviews, and spiritual worldviews pertaining to sacred mountains. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to have you indeed, Tindarama Dr. Benedict Topin. He's the director of Socio-Cultural Heritage of the Kadazandusun Cultural Association, KDCA. I think some takeaways from what Dr. Benedict Topin presented in this current time of pandemic. I can only envision that the whole world is looking at environment, protection, the elements, spirituality, more closer now. Before the pandemic, a lot of people from all over the world would bypass these elements of nature, elements of spirituality, elements of the relationship between peoples and spirituality. And now that the pandemic has drawn upon us for now 2 years, this opportunity to discuss about the spirituality and the cosmology of indigenous peoples, particularly coming from the Kadazandusun community, is very important. There are 450 million indigenous peoples living on the planet, with almost 400 million from Asia. Did you know that the indigenous people of this island of Borneo is about 10 million people? And just imagine when we have a sacred mountain whom we call as Aki Nabalu, it transmits to the connection of spirituality of the indigenous peoples or natives, anak negeri of Sabah and Sarawak, directly to the mountain through their practice and beliefs of their spirituality known as agama tradisi. Here in Sabah, as Dr. Benedict Topin said, the Momolian. I think this is very significant to connect sacred spaces to community, to tangible heritage, as well as to traditions and the representatives. Let's now move on in our webinar with our next presenter. The topic now is the role of tourism among the community. Joining us now is Madame Noredah Othman. She is the Chief Executive Officer for Sabah Tourism. Over to you and welcome, Madame Noredah.
Kopi Vosian Atama, thank you very much, esteemed moderator, and salam Sabah Maju Jaya to our moderator as well as our esteemed speakers this morning, as well as, of course, our distinguished audiences out there. A very good morning, and I am very privileged to join this webinar session today, sharing on topics of people and the mountain relation. Today I was given a topic on the role of tourism among the community. So I shall share my thoughts and Sabah Tourism's aspirations with regards to collaborating and working alongside our community, especially towards achieving shared economic benefits. If I may have my slides, please. As I said earlier, today we're talking about the mountain. Today the focus is, of course, surrounding our majestic Mount Kinabalu and the community surrounding it. Having been our iconic and flagship tourism product, we cannot deny the importance of the mountain and its surroundings for our tourism industry. We are certainly very blessed in Sabah. Tourism is one of the fastest growing and most resilient socio-economic sectors in the world today. And of course, the pandemic has brought the global tourism industry to its knees. And definitely Sabah is also not spared. As our guest of honor earlier said, as we join forces to restart tourism, we must live up to our responsibility to ensure the benefits will be shared as widely and fairly as possible. So post-pandemic, where are we going? Rebuilding tourism is our priority, but the sector must also become more sustainable and resilient in the future. Among the key policy priorities would include restoring travelers' confidence, supporting tourism businesses to adapt and survive during these hard times, promoting domestic tourism and supporting safe return of international tourists. We hope that will be very soon. Providing clear and transparent information for travelers and businesses, and limiting uncertainty, especially during this time. So evolving responses measures to maintain capacity in the sector and also address gaps within the support system. Strengthening cooperation within and between countries, such as today. Today you will be listening to a few of international speakers who will be talking about the current topic, the topic today, sharing our stories. So building more resilience among our tourism players, which we have been doing for the last 20 months since the start of the pandemic, and the road towards achieving sustainable tourism. Next, please. So where does tourism come? What is the role of tourism? How does the community play a part in tourism? Yeah. As the ultimate person-to-person sector, tourism industry generates millions of jobs opportunities, both directly and indirectly. This is including jobs for women, youth, and those living in the rural communities. Local communities has been described as groups of people with a common identity and who may be involved in an array of related aspects of livelihoods. In this case, people living around the mountain. It is also further noted that local communities often have customary rights related to the area and its natural resources and a strong relationship with the area culturally, socially, economically, and spiritually. So you have just heard Dr. Benedict Topin sharing about the cultural aspect, the spiritual aspect, and how we should share the stories of the mountain, and also the forefathers, to those who are visiting the mountain as well as its surroundings. So in terms of what is the contribution of tourism among the community? We see here, in my slides, we have 5 different aspects, 5 different segments: social, political, cultural, economic, as well as environmental. As I said earlier, the community always refers to a group of individuals living or working within the same geographic area with shared cultures as well as common interests. For Sabah Tourism Board, we started focusing on rural tourism in 2014, focusing in how tourism can actually benefit the rural community apart from just the urban areas. And since then, we have successfully managed to encourage the 28 districts in Sabah to set up their district tourism association. Rural tourism as well as community-based tourism also aims to improve the residents' quality of life by optimizing local economic benefits, protecting the natural and cultural environment, and providing high-quality visitor experiences. So for Sabah Tourism Board, it is our strategic direction to develop, market, as well as promote rural tourism or CBT experience that can provide unique, high-quality tourism experience to all our guests to Sabah. So for social, local communities are regarded as legitimate and moral stakeholders in tourism development within their areas of residence. Hence, tourism can bring about modernization to communities where such development is needed, empowering communities to manage tourism growth and also achieve community aspirations. So community participation is a vital component of sustainable tourism development for us. For economically, which is of course one of the major components for contribution of tourism, is where tourism can contribute to urban renewal and rural development, and also reduces poverty, reduce regional imbalances by giving communities the opportunity to prosper in their place of origin, meaning the area of the mountain, and also produce positive spillover effects that stimulate economic activities among their community. The supply of direct and support services such as transport, accommodation, catering, souvenirs, and other shopping to tourists should help stimulate the local economy, create jobs, bring additional income, hence improving the quality of life of community members. Politically, of course, it is one of the objectives to make tourism an effective tool for inclusive development through fair participation and efficient distribution of benefits. Many natural resources are considered common resources, so that no one owns them, but everyone can use them. And in the context of rural tourism, community participation is seen as an active involvement of local communities to solve problems, control over rural tourism development initiatives, decisions, and resources which affect their daily lives. Culturally, local communities play an important role in tourism development. And for tourism, it is very important, for our visitors to understand our culture and to appreciate our culture, hence also contribute to the enhancement of our cultural preservation. As for environmental, I suppose post-pandemic, when we are allowed to open our international borders, environmental issues is one of the key important issues that we have to address. And one of them is, of course, the managing waste disposal. Waste management in general refers to an integrated approach to eliminating waste effectively and efficiently, keeping our areas clean and all that, avoiding any impact on the society and the environment. Proper waste disposal also can be done by applying the 3R, which is reduce, reuse, and recycle. So we can work with the community in educating them, managing waste disposal as well as applying the 3Rs. Reducing means lessening the amount of trash or garbage produced. Reusing refers to using materials more than just once. While recycling, of course, it means creating new material, or product out of trash. It also helps in conservation of the environment and culture of the local community. So through awareness, increased awareness of the need to conserve, we're able to preserve our environment. Catering to niche markets such as adventure tourism, cultural tourism, that was just elaborated by Dr. Ben, ecotourism, just like what my colleague in Sabah Parks earlier said, about global Geopark, being just not just the World Heritage Site, but we are also aspiring global Geopark. So this is part of the ecotourism. And last but not least is, of course, agritourism. So all these are where community can actually participate in. Next, please. So opportunities for the community. One of them is uncovering untapped tourism products. As you know, I said earlier on that we have started focusing on rural tourism as far back as 2014. And we have uncovered and discovered so many tourism products, hundreds and hundreds of tourism products all over Sabah, and especially those within the Kinabalu Park, around the mountain, overspilling from the mountain area, places like Kota Marudu, Kota Belud, So all these tourism products have remained untapped until we have actually focused more on rural tourism and community-based tourism. Offering more products for tourism players to sell, as I said, by discovering more tourism products around the region, around the area of the mountain, we're able to promote it as well as work with the local tour operators in enhancing their tourism packages. Alternative livelihood, of course, apart from just agro-tourism, it is eco-tourism as well as cultural tourism. Creation of job opportunities. I think we have mentioned on how the local community can take advantage and become not just the guides, but also the storytellers. Storytellers of the local stories, the local community around the mountain. Communities empowerment. By having the district or rather tourism association, we are empowering the community in managing their own resources, their own natural resources, and where they're going in terms of tourism development. Entrepreneurial scope, they can actually also think of how they can promote or as well as utilize their craft making abilities in order for them to sell handicrafts, sharing or catering for local food. And these are entrepreneurial scope where they can actually expose themselves further into businesses. Environmental improvement, ecotourism concept, like I said, applying the 3R, reuse, reduce, as well as recycling. Heritage preservation, being part of the World Heritage Site and soon the Global Geopark. Naturally, our main aim and our main objective is actually to preserve our heritage. And one is the mountain and its surrounding and the local community. Establishment of cooperative businesses leading to tours and travels in Berhad. I said earlier on, by packaging their packages and enhancing the products, the local tourism products, as well as providing services, being a guide, being a storyteller for our visitors. This is where the community can actually explore opportunities in tourism. Poverty eradication, that's one of the main aim, part of the SDG, where rural tourism as well as community-based tourism will help eradicate poverty from the rural communities. Establishing CSR platform for interested companies. CSR program is very important for incentive groups, business event groups. They are constantly looking for ways and means to assist local community in terms of CSR program. So this is where the community can actually explore and take part in tourism by sharing their stories as well as sharing their livelihood. Next, please. So these are just some of the areas that have developed. Among them is the Kadamayan, around the Kadamayan area where Kota Belud is, where the local community take part in providing services as well as providing places to visit, as well as at the same time conserving their area. Yeah. Next, please. These are just some of the local activities that you can see where the local communities are interacting with the tourists, as well as sharing their expertise, yeah, and their knowledge of the local area. As you know, Mount Kinabalu have been, if you can go back, can you just stay there? Yeah. Next, please. Next. Okay, yeah, I think we can stay there. As I said earlier on, Mount Kinabalu has been one of our iconic tourism product, and we have been promoting the mountain as well as its surroundings. The district of Ranau, Kota Belud, Kota Marudu, and these areas are rich in terms of ecotourism, adventure tourism, as well as cultural tourism. And we hope that the local community work hand in hand with us, as well as the District Tourism Association, to further explore the benefits of tourism, what tourism can bring to the local community, and at the same time, helping to preserve, conserve their natural environment, yeah, and empowering their local community, creating conditions in which all people, especially their women and their youth, can live, work, and thrive within their own district. In addition to that, local tourism community can also shape new frontiers, adopt long-term and bold strategies to utilize and share the benefits of innovation in terms of tourism. As you all know, we are heading towards digitalization. How are we going to contribute to the tourism, to the community, where tourism can actually help modernize the communication part of interaction? For all the marketing activities that we have in Sabah Tourism Board, we have gone digital. We have gone digital in terms of sharing the stories, sharing the visual, yeah, meaning sharing the images of Sabah to the world, with images, spectacular images of the mountain, of the rivers, of the forests, where these local community, our local community, are residing. Yeah. And the findings reveal that local communities want to be involved, where tourism policies are being made to enable policy makers to also prepare a policy that meets the local community's needs and addresses their concerns. They also want to be part of tourism development decisions to ensure their needs are incorporated. So there are three types of community participation which we can identify. Coercive participation, meaning we force them to participate in our tourism activities, induced participation, as well as spontaneous participation. So all of these types of participation is actually, at the end of the day, would be beneficial to the local community. But at the same time, once again, the storytelling part is very important for us. Sabah, the community around the mountain, is very rich with stories from the forefathers, like what Dr. Ben has shared with us. And these stories are what makes the experience of the tourists worthwhile visiting the area. And also, of course, the preservation and the conservation of the natural surrounding. So tourism development can be linked and explained better using two concepts: sustainable tourism and sustainable development. The WTO, the World Tourism Organization, defines sustainable tourism as tourism which leads to management of all our resources in such a way that economic, social, and aesthetic needs can be filled while maintaining cultural integrity, essential ecological processes, as well as biological diversity and life supporting systems. And all these are inclusive elements of how community can actually participate in tourism and the role of the community, as well as the role of tourism in community. It has to be a two-way collaboration, partnership between the community as well as tourism. So us as tourism players, us like Sabah Tourism Board, as the agency responsible to promote tourism, it is our responsibility also convey the stories of the people and our mountain. Hence, the role of tourism among the community is very important. Once again, it is to alleviate their living condition so that we have an inclusive tourism industry as well as shared benefits among our local community as well as our tourism industry players. So the role of community participation in tourism is among them is planning and development so that we can enhance our partnerships, building on collaboration among various stakeholders through which the opinion of the local people are considered and appreciated. This crisis is an opportunity to rethink the tourism sector and its contribution to the people and the impact on the planet. We hope it is a chance for us to build back better towards a more sustainable, inclusive, and resilient tourism in future. With that, I'd like to say thank you once again to the organizer for inviting Sabah Tourism Board to share our aspirations, and we hope that we have a sustainable tourism development that includes all the local community, especially around our iconic tourism products, especially the mountain. Once again, thank you very much. Koto Huadan.
Thank you, Madam Noredah Othman, the Chief Executive Officer from Sabah Tourism Board. Let's take a look at a video presentation from Sabah Tourism Board, and I'll be right back with the takeaways from this topic brought to you by Madam Noredah. Indeed, Sabah is enchanting. Sabah's people are enchantment. The presentation from our Chief Executive Officer from Sabah Tourism Board gives us an outlook of how a new tourism experience and provision should be done once the borders are open and tourists can come from all over the world to Sabah. But at the same time, are our people, are our Sabahans, local communities, native anak negeri people ready to receive tourists from all over the world? The same question is also reflected by the presentations from our international panel of experts later on in the second segment. I'd like to also mention a little bit around sustainable development goals and tourism. Tourism, it says, has the potential to contribute greatly or indirectly to all of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. In particular, it has been included as targets in Goals 8, Goals 12, and 14 on inclusive and sustainable economic growth, sustainable consumption and production, and the sustainable use of oceans and marine resources, respectively. And I believe that the Sabah Tourism Board and the Ministry of Culture, Environment, and Tourism has already thought about these important elements as our beloved Sabah is preparing for the opening of tourism, likewise in the Philippines, likewise in Brunei Darussalam, in Indonesia, as well as the Malaysian state of Sarawak, in our part of the world, Borneo. I think one point that we can take away also is how do we embrace the new tourism with the wonderful locations that we have here in Sabah after 2 years of being in a lockdown. We heard or we read comments from all our friends in Facebook who send their comments. They say, wow, it's going to be great to return to these places of tourism and interest. But this could also become for all of us a time for healing, a time for healing together with our mountain as we go out to these wonderful places. So let's bear that in mind. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still in wonderful time, or can I say, we are in perfect timing to bring in our next presenter. It is a topic entitled Community Protocols, Protecting the Knowledge and Biological Resources of the Highlands. This is a very important topic for us to share and for us to learn together. Joining us now with a featured presentation of videos is Madam Alessandra Markos. She is the first Assistant Secretary for Sabah Biodiversity Center. Let's take a look at these videos and welcome Madam Alessandra after them.
First and foremost, thank you to the session chair, co-moderator. As mentioned, I will be presenting a paper entitled Biocultural Community Protocol, Protecting the Knowledge and Biological Resources of the Highland. So let me share my screen first. Right. So before I go further, I would like to explain the content, or mainly the objective of my presentation for today. So the first one, I will introduce the Sabah Biodiversity Center, and at the same time, I will explain some of the local laws that regulate access, and as well as to ensure the fair and equitable sharing of benefits, also known as the Nagoya Protocol. The second part, I will also give an explanation. What is Bicultural Community Protocol is all about? What is the main essence within the protocol? The third part, I will briefly provide some examples of the documented and existing community protocols within the Kinabalu landscape. And the fourth one, before I conclude my presentation, I would like to also share SABC's experience in terms of implementing the Sabah Biocultural Community Protocol from 2013 to 2015. So, as an introduction, the Sabah Biodiversity Center is actually a center, government center under the Natural Resources Office, under the Chief Minister's Department. We were established on the 25th April 2008. Our main function is actually to reinforce the management, the conservation, protection, including regulating all access activities or access to biological resources and the associated relevant knowledge of Sabah. So we work based on the Sabah Biodiversity Enactment 2000. And the enactment itself was actually amended in 2017 to further reflect and further strengthen the implementation of access and benefit sharing in Sabah. So we are actually mandated by the state to implement all matters regarding to access and benefit sharing of the state. So a little bit of information of how ABS framework is being implemented within Malaysia and within Sabah itself. So we are actually guided by the international law, or the Nagoya Protocol on access and benefit sharing. So the national law, which is the Access and Benefit Sharing Act 795, which was launched in December 2020, guided at the national level. However, for Sabah particularly, because these biological resources or biodiversity is under the jurisdiction of the state or state matter, so the Sabah Parks enactment is actually enforced. Within the enactment itself, it mentioned that all access to biological resources, including TK or relevant knowledge, if the users or any researchers, whether it's research for commercial or non-commercial research, if it's involved biological resources, they need to get an access license. They need to apply for an access license before any access activities can be done in Sabah. Also, they must get the prior informed consent from the local communities who own the biological resources or the knowledge itself. And if it's involved commercial researchers, they need to go, or they need to agree on the mutual agreed terms, and at the end of the day, have to have an ABS agreement. And all of this must be done according to the community protocols, which the community are actually practicing at the moment. Okay, so when we look into the Sabah Parks enactment, these are actually all the sections being stipulated regarding to the access and benefit sharing in Sabah. So for section 2, we have the definition of biological resources, and then for section 2A, it defines what access activities is actually all about. Okay, so the definition of access is that the taking of a biological resources or associated relevant knowledge from its natural habitat or place where it is kept, grown, or found, including the market for the purpose of research and development. And then in section 15, it is actually stipulated that any users, meaning to say if you're a researcher and you would like to get access to these biological resources and associated relevant knowledge of the state, you must apply for an access license first before you can actually conduct the access activities. In section 24, it mentioned about benefit agreement, right? Commercial or potential commercial purposes. Section 24B, okay, this is the most important part. relating to this presentation. Okay, so requirement for prior informed consent and mutually agreed terms. So the prior informed consent, if a user would like to get access to all these biological resources or knowledge which is owned by indigenous community, they must get the prior informed consent of the native and local community first before they can get access to it. So all of these prior informed consent, they must receive or get it from the local community, obtained from the local community in accordance with the customary laws and practices, protocols and procedures of the native and local community. Okay, so you can actually see over here, number 2. Okay, so let's look into the crucial part, which is what is actually a biocultural community protocol. So a biocultural community protocol is actually a protocol which is developed by the community themselves. It's being developed through a series of consultation, facilitation, documentation process, which at the end of the day will outline their core cultural and spiritual values and customary laws which they have been practicing or which have been passed down from generation to generation relating to their traditional knowledge in biological resources. So once all of this has been documented and developed, the community will then provide a clear terms and condition, a procedure, a protocol on how users can actually get access to their knowledge and biological resources. So the main essence of this protocol is that they must be developed and designed by the community. And in general, community protocol can actually address different kind of issues, land development, land use, but particularly for BCP, it is concerning to these cultural and customary laws related to traditional knowledge and biological resources. So it also includes governance structure, and it must involve all of the community or community level. Okay, the women, the youth, the elderly people in decision-making processes, and also once the community protocol is developed and ready, they must have a sense of ownership towards it. Last but not least, supporting organizations such as the government, NGOs may support the development of this protocol. Okay, however, the most important and integral part is that they must also assist in the legal empowerment for these local communities. All right, so let's look into some of the community protocol which have been documented and existing in the Kinabalu landscape. So if we look into this area over here, the yellow area, this is actually the Kinabalu National Park. Okay, so at the moment we have 3 local communities where their protocol have been documented. We have Melangkap over here under the district of Kota Belud, and then we have Kiau also under the district of Kota Belud, and also we have Bundu Tuhan. So actually there's a lot more community we have which have already documented their protocols. We have in Bitas, and then we have from the Ulu Papar, we have areas from Nabawan as well, from the Murut ethnicity. But for this particular session and webinar, we will only concentrate on Kinabalu National Park. Okay, so I would also like to actually explain more on Kampung Kiau and Bundu Tuhan. However, because we were not actually involved in documenting their protocol, so I will only concentrate on Kampung Melangkap. Okay, so next one, Melangkap Protocol or Melangkap Community. So if you can see the map over here, this is Melangkap. So Melangkap consists of 5 other smaller villages. We have the Melangkap Nario, Melangkap Tiong, Melangkap Baru, Melangkap Tomis, and Melangkap Kapa. So Melangkap Kapa is being the nearest one. So if you can see over here, this is actually the Kinabalu National Park. It's very near to their area. So they're actually mainly farmers, but the area itself is very famous for ecotourism activity, water activities. So if because of this, they are very prone or fragile to threats like visitors or outsiders maybe exploiting their knowledge and also biological resources. So similar to the two previous communities, the Melangkap community also have a very spiritual relationship with Mount Kinabalu and the natural environment in that area. So also they have developed their own traditional system to protect and to sustainably benefit the natural environment, which we will actually look into later. So why did Melangkap community choose to participate in the Sabah Cultural Community Project? Apart from the listed threats over here, okay, so they do understand that the area or the community is actually situated at the foothills of Mount Kinabalu, and they are very, very close to the gazetted Kinabalu Park area, which I've shown you through the map. And then they do note that the surrounding area is still rich in biodiversity, and the community still possess in-depth knowledge about the use of these plants and herbs, and they would like to document it actually. And then they also take note that there's an increase of erosion of TK amongst the younger generation. They don't have the interest, and most of them have gone to the city to work, and what's left is actually the older generation where they have this ample information about TEK. And then last but not least is that there's a potential opening of a third gateway by Sabah Parks within the area, and they're afraid that this might change the surroundings and way of life because they will be prone to like visitors coming in and out of the area. So the Sabah Biocultural Community Project is actually a project led by Sabah Biodiversity Center, and subject is the Melangkap community, of course. It was being conducted or implemented through the assistance of the Consultant Bio-Community Initiative and also Natural Justice. And it was funded by the SGP-GF UNDP. So the main part of this project is actually to raise the awareness and to build capacity amongst these local communities in terms of access and benefit sharing. The PIC, traditional knowledge, customary, some of the sustainable use of biodiversity, and also the protection, the importance of protection of their traditional knowledge. So through these activities, we would like to collect some answers to this question. The first one is being, how does community's traditional knowledge support customary sustainable uses of biodiversity and vice versa? How do communities share their knowledge, innovations and practices? And lastly, what are the local dynamics, resources and or legal and policy frameworks that support or affect community's traditional knowledge? So at the end of the day, through these awareness raising and capacity building activities, we would like to initiate the local communities to document their own community protocol, to develop their own community protocol. So, what are the objectives of the Melangkap Community Protocol? So the first one is they would like to produce or to prepare a guideline. So through the protocol, it will give them a sense, a way or a guideline on how to engage with external party. The second one is as a benefit sharing system, okay, for all parties involved. The third one, the protocol will provide a system where this community can make decision, consensus among the community. And the fourth one is they would like to showcase all the sustainable showcase the traditional and cultural practices that they have been involved in terms of biological resources and their knowledge as well. So, as I mentioned to you, one of the objectives is that they would like to showcase those sustainable activities that they've been doing concerning to their culture and tradition. So, this was actually done through mapping project, the Melangkap 3D map. Okay, so it was done with all the communities involved. So they have actually zone their area. These are the zones, okay, in their own language, in Dusun language. So they have the Puru, which is the undeveloped forest. They have the Bawang riverine area. We have the Kawalayan, a residential area, Kalabangan as a burial ground, and then the Sosogohon or Tudan White, a catchment area. And then we have the Kabun, areas where they plant fruit trees, non-perennial crops. Also Tumoon, agriculture area, Ponusuyan. And the most interesting part is that they have an area, Tubat-Tubatan, where it's an exclusive area where they can actually harvest wild plants for medical purposes. And this is actually managed as a joint responsibility throughout the village of Melangkap. Other than that, for the management of forests, they also have two types of forests currently, which is individual ownership and communal ownership. Okay, and then they have the management of river involving the Bonbon Committee for the Tagal rivers, rivers which are actually being conserved with control activities and zoning areas. And then utilization of plants for food and medicine. So the Melangkap community are highly dependent on natural resources like herbs for medical purposes. So they already take note that this is one of the threats where they are losing the knowledge or exploited by outsiders as well. And then the fourth one being spiritual relationship with nature. So they have some practices which they are still practicing at the moment, which is the Popusus Dotagung. Okay, so they practice this since their forefathers. So the act of beating gongs continuously when powerful storm hit the village area. So what they believe is that this practice may raise the storm to higher level elevation. So it will avoid the village from getting destroyed by this natural storm or natural disaster. Okay, so as I mentioned to you, one of the important part is that they would like to produce a protocol that support institutional framework, okay, so such as the FPIC, the free prior informed consent. Okay, for example, if a researcher would like to get access to their knowledge, what are the procedure that he or she needs to follow so that he can get access to their biological resources or knowledge? So the first part over here is that that researcher needs to engage with the village head first or the chairperson. And then the second part, the village or the JKK will need to inform the external parties to prepare and send them 3 copies of letter of intent, what he or she is trying to do in the community. The third one is that the village head or the JKK will send 1 copy each to the Jawatan Kuasa Bio Budaya Melangkap or the Bio-Cultural Committee of Melangkap. Okay, so number 4, the Melangkap committee will do a meeting, okay, where they will discuss among themselves, okay, whether they agree to these activities or not. And then number 5, the first meeting is between the community and the external party or the researcher, he or she. And then again, another internal meeting attended by the community to decide whether to give consent or not. Okay, and then the 7th one is that there will be another second meeting between the community and the external party where they will actually present the decision from the community whether they will give access or not. So number 8, an internal meeting between community representative will be held to discuss on the negotiation process with the researcher or the external party. And number 9, another follow-up meeting will be held to the external party to discuss the rules and terms and conditions between the community representative and external party and witnessed by Melangkap community. So if you can see over here, all the communities at all levels will be involved. So the next step, number 10, is agreement by consensus on the rules and terms and conditions that were decided at the follow-up meeting. And number 11, the 11th step is written agreement explained by external party to community. Number 12, internal meeting for the community to study the agreement or the ABS agreement. Number 13, agreement is signed of all parties involved. Number 14, implementation of the activities of the access activities. And number 15, monitoring and evaluation. So the green part involves only internal process of the community, and the blue part is external process involving the community and the user or the external parties. So all of these are actually being overseen or monitored by the Melangkap Biocultural Committee, also with involvement of all level of community within Melangkap. Okay, so within the protocol also, the committee have made their statement and hope. Okay, so they said that the Melangkap adheres to the tradition and culture as a symbol of identity. So they also said that they hope that the process of developing the community protocol has educated and raised the awareness of the Melangkap community, and the protocol is respected by external parties. We must stress that we oppose any form of exploitation, threats, and the destruction of nature and elements that are contrary to our cultural custom and way of life. So it's very important for them that external parties respect this protocol, so they have the sense of ownership to this protocol already. So I come to the conclusion, the final part of my presentation. So for the Melangkap Biocultural Community Protocol, it is actually an instrument, a protection instrument for the biological resources and TK of Kinabalu Parks. And this kind of protocols or this kind of experience should be shared among other local indigenous communities in Sabah, not only at the Kinabalu Park landscape, but also in various areas, especially in the marine parks areas as well. And then way forward is that SABC will need to continue to educate and to increase the awareness on the importance of access and benefit sharing, prior informed consent, as well as these biocultural protocols to be developed amongst the community. And at the same time, however, SABC at the moment is finalizing the SABC FPIC protocols, where researchers can actually refer on how they can get this PIC. Okay, and then acknowledgement. It's very important that all of these protocols are being acknowledged at the state level. Okay, so and also last but not least, SABC at the moment is trying to find ways on how we can actually develop a depository for all these protocols, so that there will publics and also researchers can actually get access to it and have a way on how to refer all of these protocol as a guidance to them to get access of these biological resources as well as the knowledge legally. So a list of reference, and I think I'll end my presentation here. Ponsiko, terima kasih, and thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Alessandra Markos, for a very integrated and comprehensive video presentation. But right now, let's cross over live to Alessandra Markos from the 19th floor of the Kinabalu Tower, or Menara Kinabalu. We're broadcasting from the same building. Over to you, Alessandra, for concluding live remarks from yourself.
Sure. Thank you, Atama, all the respective viewers. So as I mentioned to you, the biocultural community protocol is very important actually. We have a lot of community protocols at the moment, and we need to acknowledge them because they are also involved in protecting and also in conserving biological resources of Sabah. So with that, I can conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Much. That's topic number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause by way of clicking like to this video to show our appreciation to the first session of our webinar featuring 4 speakers. Kindly also say thank you to each of these speakers and acknowledge them publicly. We are joined live, followed by various government agencies in Sabah, as well as organizations, associations, and non-government organizations throughout the whole state of Sabah, tuning in live to this very, very important webinar. So we now bring all of you back for our Q&A session, as each of you panelists have received some very interesting comments and questions from our viewers. We want to inform you, viewers, that we are taking questions right now. So please send in your questions so that we can channel it to the appropriate panelists. So let's bring on all our 4 speakers and look at the questions that are sent to all of us. Let's not forget to bring in Tuan Justinus Guntabid. Are you joining us? Don't break so early.
Yes, I'm here. Yeah.
I see coming on. All right. This question and answer session, ladies and gentlemen, is limited to 50 minutes. We can have further, conclusionary remarks or sharing of viewpoints between each of our agencies and based on the formulation of our work. I know each of your agencies have different functions, and perhaps this is a time and opportunity to share the points for interaction and integration with members of the public of your relationships together. Okay, let's bring in our first question. Okay, this question comes from Mardi Yours. Thank you, Mardi, for sending a question. It is for Mr. Justinus. The question says, Kinabalu Park is already a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 2000. Is global Geopark status more superior? In what way is it different? And what would this status be beneficial in the tourism and economic context, especially in the post-pandemic era? Thank you, Mardius. I hand over to Tuan Justinus. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Yus. That is a very good question. Well, which one is superior? Okay, the UNESCO Global Geopark World Heritage Site, and also there's another one is a Man and Biosphere. It's a program under UNESCO. So the World Heritage Site is a reserve, especially to protect the outstanding value of an area. Okay, in Kinabalu, the outstanding values is the high amount of biodiversity and endemic species. So it's totally, I may say, is a place to be to protect for the values of the outstanding values itself. While the Geopark is a program which helps manage the conservation, education, and long-term development of a region. This also includes geological historical assets, as I mentioned in my presentation. So of the two, World Heritage holds a more superior status for the global than the global Geopark. The global Geopark status have economically by cooperating with the locals living in region. As explained, beside the impressive landscape, culture can be transformed into another form of tourist attraction. So with the management plan through Global Geopark, tourism can be further be enhanced and more income can be obtained through the various activity to the local people. Yeah, so World Heritage is the highest one in UNESCO program. Is that answer? That is my question. Thank you. Back to you, moderator.
Thank you for sharing more details about the difference between those two status. Uh, we recognize again the question brought forward. Let's bring back all of our panelists and see what is the next question and who is it addressed to. Technical team, let's bring out the next question. Oh, this question comes from Onel SWV. The question is for Madam Noredah from Sabah Tourism Board. The question is, the tragic earthquake in 2015 shook people around the world when it was linked to the spiritual unrest caused by tourists who behaved foolishly. How can the state agencies do more to inform and educate tourists on cultural and religious heritage and our local community in this era of technology and social media, especially for young travelers? What could be next in terms of guidelines as we are opening our borders to receive not just thousands, yeah, Puan Noredah, but millions of tourists coming back to Sabah? You have the floor.
Thank you, Atama. First of all, I think it is you know, attitude and attitude when you enter such a place like our cultural heritage as well as conservation areas. It is important that the tourists or visitors are aware of the protocols, just like what Alessandra has also earlier mentioned, you know. And I think sessions such as this, a webinar such as this, informing the high value of the cultural entity and the stories of a certain area, especially places like the sacred mountain, you know, just like our mountain and all that. So it is important for us to understand, for Sabah Tourism Board, it is important for us to understand not just promoting the area specifically for its beauty, for its natural beauty, but also the element of the cultural understanding, the cultural acceptance. So that's why storytelling is very important. Yeah. And this is where the community plays a part in tourism storytelling, you know, as a tourism storyteller, to actually tell the visitors, you know, the local beliefs, the local understanding, you know, what is culturally acceptable and what is not acceptable in terms of when you are entering a certain area, especially where it is rich with cultural heritage and cultural traditions. For us in STB, it is very important for us to understand, you're not just selling Sabah for its beauty, yeah, but also you're selling the livelihood, the stories of Sabah people. So it is very important for us to understand, not just in the perspective of a tourism product as it is, you know, aesthetically, but also the preservation and the conservation of our cultural heritage. So session like this is very important. And as I said earlier on, we use digital platform. We are visible on all the mainstream digital platforms, social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and all that. This is a way for us to actually tell our story. We do not just want to tell or show the beautiful, the fantastic images of Sabah, but we want to tell you the stories that we have. And I believe that when pandemic is over, people are looking for stories. People want to know what makes it special. What makes the mountain so special? What is the belief around the mountain? It makes it more experiential and more worthwhile visiting a place where you understand the cultural heritage, cultural beliefs, and cultural traditions. Yes, we have had unfortunate incidents, you know, we all know about it up on the mountain and all that. Understandably, everywhere around the world, tourism products or tourism areas do experience such an attitude or such an incident. But at least we know For us now, they know that we have our own cultural beliefs. Yeah, we always take the negative into a positive light. If it did not happen, people will not take into account. They think you can just climb the mountain as it is, just like that. But there's a lot of stories, there's a lot of cultural beliefs when tourists and visitors alike must appreciate and also must respect, as soon as they step into our territory. I think that's very important. So I think social media plays a huge part in making people understand and listen to the stories that we have to tell. Thank you.
Noredah, just an additional guiding thought for a question to be answered together. Do you think it's about time for regional authorities or governments such as ours? We have BIMPIAGA, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Philippines. Is it time for us to do something together as a country and a state to create some form of a guideline, an official guideline? For example, in Australia, there is a governmental accepted note for travelers entering into Australia. It's called Welcome to Country. For example, it says, welcome to the ancestral lands of the Aboriginal people, and we respect, and then there is a protocol guideline. Do you think Asia, in our part of the world, is ready for this kind of guiding principles to assist with measures to make cultural appropriation possible? What do you think, Madam?
Well, I certainly will agree. You said earlier on there's 10 million indigenous groups, or rather population, in just on the island of Borneo. So that's a huge residence. There's a big population, and I think in order for us to preserve our cultural identity, cultural heritage, there must be some guideline. Be it from our own government or our regional neighbors and all that. And I think if we come to an understanding that those who enter BIMPIAGA must understand that we are very rich in our cultural heritage. I think that definitely is a good point to bring forward to our next BIMPIAGA meeting, perhaps, right? Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Noredah. You are the expert on tourism. It's a fantastic response to the question from Onel. Let's bring in now our next question. We have a very rich time, 30 minutes time allocation, some 30 minutes more in our Q&A. So let's make this possible. A question from Audrey Rantau is for Dr. Benedict Topin. In the 2015 tragic earthquake, wow, our viewers this morning are very connected to our sacred mountain. So I believe this is real-time realities from the grassroots. But let me continue reading. For the first time in history, some tourists were fined sogit for their behavior linked to a natural disaster. Some quarters and international news portals mock this decision and were puzzled how superstition and administration went hand in hand. What were the important takeaways from this incident, and what are plans moving forward in the cultural context to prepare for the global Geopark status? Over to you, Dr. Ben, to enlighten us, and especially Audrey, who sent you this question. Over to you, Dr. Ben.
Thank you for the very, very, I think, pertinent question regarding that incident. First of all, unfortunately, one of the realities of peoples in the world is that from various national races, that we have differential views, worldviews you might call, with regards to local laws like adat and heritage beliefs like Mammalianism, a traditional belief system, which some people may not call religion, or some people may call it's just a quack or things like that, whatever they look at it. So first, things come from there that some will mock the concept of the adat and as a law, and some do not understand the connection of it from the spirituality, social, and physical aspect of the environment, like the mountains. So what is important here, first of all, is from our very own self, being natives in Sabah, let us first understand it from our own view so that we can explain to people what is the adat all about, pertaining to the sacrilege of a sacred mountain like Mount Kinabalu. And what is the sogit all about? For people who are Christians, if they read the Bible, the power of the blood is written as a sacrifice, is written everywhere in the Old Testament and down to the time when the final blood sacrifice was on our Lord Jesus Christ himself. That's the finale. But for the indigenous people, we cannot separate ourselves from our past, our present, and our future. Just as in many fundamental religions, they believe in their spirituality and in their gods is the same yesterday, today, and forever. So, to me, the way to go is that we have to first preserve the fundamental shared principles of our values, of our adat, of our belief system, which have a universal application. Like, for instance, the teaching of the, what they call Mamalianism, honor the upper world like your father, honor the earth like your mother, and honor human beings as your brothers and sisters, and honor, as yourself, and honor whatever is present, living, or seen and unseen in the world as your own relatives. So to me, those teachings have a universal value. But if we don't understand the depth of it, things like that, then we can easily go about maybe in the jungles and then do atrocities to the plants, roll down, for instance, stones, and roll down the big stones and the hills and never consider what is below. And at the same time, there are protocols now actually that have now been written as shared by Alessandra, but there are many more protocols that actually within the living memories of our elders, and the only way to get them is to get it shared from them, to be actually explored by our younger generation who can put it in writing, and then only then we can understand and explain to people how important it is to respect the spirituality, our oneness in spirit, because most of our belief system explains our connectivity spiritually. Scientists will explain maybe by atoms or by genetics, but we simplify it in from the spiritual point of view, that in spirit we are all related, and that is where when it came to the enforcement of the adat and also the Sogitu, while the foreigners may mock at it, they may not realize it that for us who knows the way of the adat, there are two levels of justice. One is the one that is implemented and administered by humans, maybe the native courts and things like that. But the other one that cannot be prevented is the divine, natural divine laws that is part and parcel of the adat in the belief system. It will search its own justice wherever you are, and for that, no human being can escape. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is very relevant now, because as you know, over the past few months in our part of the world, especially Sabah, the emergence of our traditional law and our customary courts is now very active. Recently, there was a mocking of women, or the unduk ngadau. Unduk ngadau are a cultural element, prominent cultural element, and it's the most highlight every year during the Harvest Festival. It's a
Spiritual.
that is traditional, customary sogit or punishment being put upon those who have devalued our women of adat. Is that an indicator that the traditional cultural values of law is coming back in this time, in this era, 2021, Dr. Ben? This is to supplement the question and for the understanding of Audrey. What do you think, Dr. Ben?
In a way, it is a landmark that for the first time, we have a non-native who was exacted the adat and the sogits in accordance. Because of his transgression of our adat in a way. But for this one, we have actually a witness in our Mahkamah Anak Negeri that it is not automatic that we can bring a non-native into, for judgment in the Mahkamah Anak Negeri. It has to go through a process. But in this case, we employed the other aspect of adat enforcement, which is what we call mediation. Because the respectful thing about our adat is that it is not so much to punish or to the maximum or to destroy whoever is an offender, but is to balance, to repair human relations, and to pacify, if you call it from the way how the spiritual aspect look at it, there is a heat caused by offenses of such kind of the adat. So in order to cool it down, to cool the temperature, then we need to balance of things to bring it down through the Soviet system. So in this way, when the offender and the enforcers of adat meet together, and there is a third party who is the mediator, who managed to bring them together and discuss things to settle, to agree that from the adat point of view, this has to be exacted upon the offender, and from the offender point of view, to say first of all, I'm sorry, I realize I made a mistake now because he may not have understood it before. So they come to an agreement, mutual agreement, that they agree to settle the things as per the adat, adat has been brought by the administrator of the adat, and they can do that like that because it is provided for in the settlement for adat, even if we don't go to the modern Mahkamah Anak Negeri. But still, whatever it is, for the purpose of legitimizing, we need to put it in black and white, and at the same time, bring it to the proper level of recognition of that particular settlement by mediation, bring it for registration with the Mahkamah Anak Negeri. So that is exactly what happened, and in a way, it has highlighted that to the community that it is still very much alive, our adat, and that hopefully by the documentation of our adat, because they differ from every ethnic, and sometimes there are some variances in the district. These must be written down so that people, especially non-natives, can read, can know about them, and even our very own people, they can, even with the very natives themselves, they can fully understand what it is all about, so that they can explain to others, and only then we may be able to prevent the transgression, in future. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Tindarama. You have a very wonderful way to articulate age-old information and knowledge passed down from the ancestors. You are truly the most qualified keeper of the adat. I hope that that
Thanks to
answers
our
your
elders.
question.
Thanks to our
Audrey,
elders.
let's bring back all our panelists once again, and invite the next question or comment. Here's a question to Alessandra. This is from Christo Yanto. Thank you, Christo. Who are your international and local partners? What are education programs, campaigns can the public expect, especially for school children under the Sabah Bio Council? Over to you, Alessandra.
Okay, Ponsika Otama. Okay, thank you for the question, Topinai Christo. So to be honest, SABC is still, it's not as famous as Taman Sabah or STB. So some people, they're not quite sure what our main function is. So I'm using this platform to actually promote SABC as well. But if you ask our main collaborators, we have actually worked with some international platforms such as, we are the focal point for the State Man and Biosphere Program, UNESCO, as well as the Ramsar Initiative and CBD, Convention on Biological Diversity. Including, we are also one of the working group committee for the International Partnership for Satoyama Initiative, or known as IPSI as well, where we actually promote people living in harmony with nature. And previously we worked with JICA, and locally we have actually collaborated with local researchers institutions such as ITB-CBMS, other government stakeholders, NGOs, local communities promoting sustainable use of biological resources in Sabah. And of course, for education program, we are actually a member of the Sabah Environmental Education Network, also known as SEEN. So we work with them, we promote biodiversity conservation activities. We do exhibition, road shows in the field of conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity in Sabah, focusing on access and benefit sharing. And also I would like to inform that in 2019, we have actually launched the first International Biodiversity Day, or IDB. So we actually organize it in Kampung Polosunan Inanam. We promote biodiversity conservation not only to local school children, but also to the local indigenous community. So unfortunately, in 2020, we weren't able to organize any IDB celebration because of the pandemic, of course. But in 2021, we did collaborate with the Department of Agriculture and also KDCA to organize IDB in conjunction with the Harvest Festival. During that time, we actually the title of the IDB during that time was the Seed Spiritual Revival. So just to let you know, we will continue to celebrate the celebration at the state level. Thank you, Atama.
Thank you very much, Alessandra, for answering that question. It's a new era. It's the era of sustainable development goals, where the last goal, goal 17, is called partnerships. So partnerships are defined by how many stakeholders identified can come together and create partnership. So if you can be enriched by the fact that, for example, if you have a school, if you're a school principal, maybe you're a private college or a private institution, you as a academic institution are most welcome to partner with any government agency, with any private sector agency in the name of the Sustainable Development Goals. And this is adopted as a model by the Sabah government through the Sabah SDC, Sabah Maju Jaya, Sabah Maju Jaya campaign. And truly, this is partnership in process and action implementation. Let's bring back all our partners or speakers this morning.
Yeah. Atama, can I interact with Alessandra for a while for a very important aspect of what is supposed to be
but before I
understood?
allow for the interaction, there is now a conversation happening in real time on our Lembaga Kebudayaan Sabah Facebook chats. Can we bring in one example? Okay, this is an example of what we are talking about right now. So if we are going to define partnerships between all our agencies, comments from the public needs to be also questioned or answered or evaluated. For an example, let's read out Christy Bidder. I think she says, prior to the COVID-19 pandemic, the climber statistics of Mount Kinabalu were dominated by international climbers. In other words, local Sabahans were marginalized due to the high cost of climbing. Nevertheless, owing to COVID-19, accessibility to Mount Kinabalu by local Sabahans has improved due to the significant decline in the climbing costs. My question here is, after COVID-19, of course, when international tourism bounces back, will the accessibility to Mount Kinabalu by local Sabahans be retained? This is really rich for us in the context of conservation, but conversation today. Before I invite Alessandra and Dr. Ben to converge, to talk, perhaps it is worthwhile remembering that there is traditional customary practices tied into the overarching international law, whether on UNESCO, whether on the international law for tourism or biodiversity. There is such thing that a mountain has a form of traditional administration, customary administration, before there was the state government, before there was a statutory,
Definitely.
before there was a convention, or before there was a park. So
the
who was
mountain
before the advent of opening up tourism? So I think the question that we could try to learn is that. Yeah, so I'm just posing it right now for our thoughts. So now I allow for Dr. Benedict Topin and Alessandra to have a quick interaction before I intervene for the next interaction. There's still time. Yeah, we have about 10 minutes left for our Q&A session, and definitely our conversation is enriching the comments on our Facebook. So over to you, Alessandra and Tindarama, Dr. Ben.
Okay. I said, Alessandra, thank you for this opportunity. This is about, this is about the development or documentation of the mode of practice of heritage and traditional medicine by our indigenous people. Because every time I bring this up, actually at the federal level, at the national traditional and complementary medicine punya council,
TCM, yes.
I was made to understand that there is a working committee, and I am supposed to, being a representative for Sabah, I'm supposed to work with SABC on this particular aspect, because I was actually part and parcel of some of the consultative committee di sana sebelum, I think in the first aspect of it, dulu lagi lah. But this particular aspect of it is very vital, very important, because until then we may not be recognized, our practice of indigenous medicine may not be recognized at the national level, because we have not really organized in terms of documentation. And in the meantime, our elders, being the custodian of knowledge, like age-old heritage library, if one of them goes, we will have a whole library of knowledge gone. So we are waiting for that one, where KDCA, traditional complementary medicine, and the North Borneo Herbal Growers and Traditional Medicine Practitioners Association is also part and parcel of this working group.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Benedict, you are referring to actually the TCM Blue Action Blueprint.
Yeah, traditional
Action plan
medicine.
under the Kementerian Kesihatan, right? So
Yeah,
actually,
but
correct.
they're supposed to cooperate with Sabah because of the enactment. It has something to do with it.
Yes, SABC is actually one of the committee member. So within that action plan, we were supposed to first, we have to develop a model on how to document this TK of this local community. So for your information, currently we have actually appoint a consultant, which is Dr. Robert from UMS, to develop the prior informed consent procedure for Sabah. So once this procedure we have received the endorsement of the council, we will start to actually document this TEK of this community. We have actually selected 3 communities already.
We have some documentation from our own too, from other members, and they have the specimens being grown here and there. But the thing is that the mode of practice has to be done to list all those who are still practicing at the moment, so that they can also get the certificate and go to the hospitals to do treatment.
True. All of this documentation will be done according to the procedure and towards the protocol of the local communities doctor. So we have actually put up all these procedures on how we're going to document these local communities TK. So I think that's
we call the protocol Sumuko actually the main one.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I think we've shared that during the seeds revival during Keamatan, right? Okay.
Thank you.
All right, doctor.
Thank you, Tama. Thank you, Alessandra.
No, thank you, Alessandra. Thank you, Dr. Benedict Topin. It is a pleasure seeing a live conversation talking about policy and the way forward. How does one organization with another organization in the time of digitalism can connect with yourselves for the purpose of all our viewers, the public, being participative, right? So we are trying our very best this morning to be inclusive with all, and to be inclusive with our panelists. Let's bring back our panelists, other 2 panelists, Madam Noredah as well as Justinus Guntabid. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid that's all the time we have for the Q&A session. But if we can just flash the comment from Jennifer Chan. Can we flash her comments? Can we flash Jennifer Chan comment? Yes. Okay. Perhaps this can be a takeaway, interaction between Jennifer, our viewer, together with you on the Facebook chat, or perhaps they can call you up and make an appointment to have a discussion with you, or even a video call, video chat with you. Right, so thank you all. It has been a great pleasure to be with you this morning. Let me acknowledge Justinus Guntabid. Let me get my script. Justinus is the Assistant Director, International Relations Division of Sabah Parks. Thank you, Gundohing. Also, Dr. Benedict Topin, you are the Director of Socio-Cultural Heritage from Kadazandusun Cultural Association, KDCA. Thank you very much, Tindarama. Also, Madam Noredah Othman, you are the Chief Executive Officer for Sabah Tourism Board. Thank you very much, Shesheni. And finally, Madam Alessandra Markos, you are the first Assistant Secretary for Sabah Biodiversity Center. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And do continue watching our live streaming of our webinar. Now, viewers from all over the world, our webinar does not end here. Kita belum habis lagi webinar. Ini baru bahagian yang pertama. We have the international panelists coming on after this. All right. Panelis daripada antarabangsa, daripada Indonesia, daripada Filipina, dan daripada Korea akan bersama-sama kita selepas sesi ini. We are live from the studio at the Kinabalu Tower in Kota Kinabalu, Sabah East, Malaysia. I am your host, Atama Katama. I'm the incoming consultant for Sabah Cultural Board. You are joining us for a special webinar being broadcasted through our social media network on Facebook pages Lembaga Kebudayaan Sabah and on the official YouTube page of Sabah Government Official. Everyone, we will proceed now with 3 video presentations. It's a pleasure to introduce first a video for Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and Korea, followed by a video from Sabah Tourism Board, and lastly, a video from Sabah Parks. We will be back with all of you for the second part of our webinar because we will be joined by international panelists after this. Let's take a break and enjoy these videos presented to you.
Tiyonon winangun. Kawalayan non soy tulun kekompungan. Pengindopuan, konuan, takanon. Pisanangan it pomogunan. Kinungkusan, kobasanan, koinanano. Ulah no aki, kada no di tumogot. Obiai koino, mantat sokop kata kadano. Ula nodi, sontop kinantakan, itminono somu sinundukmu. Kinawadagai, miagal nogi kinawonu, inaganitan. Nopolios kinawadagai, kabeling kahangan, itminomunsuk tirini bakdagai. Gisompo di romau, ot kahangan dagai. Opusok, otongop opurimanannya. Obiai koino, oi aki. Otoronong it pisau
melindungi manusia dari bencana, kekuatan yang tak terkalahkan, sumber kekuatan kehidupan.
Konuaan kakamut mata.
Bertahan hidup, melindungi manusia dari bencana, kekuatan yang tak terkalahkan, sumber kekuatan kehidupan.
mountain and its surrounding rainforest was gazetted as Sabah's first park in 1964. Since then, 2 other terrestrial and 6 marine parks have been gazetted to protect their own unique habitats.
In Sabah Parks, we aspire to be world-class in park management. Our vision is for the people of Sabah to live in harmony with nature. Our mission is to preserve areas in Sabah that contain outstanding natural value.
Inspired by the majestic
Nah, mamagantis sama tila. Tangan kau. Dakati budak. Snip sama alat tu. Ngam lagi tu dia tidak kasih tengok.
Tu datang balik. Wih. Satu lagi tu, besar.
I didn't really know what to expect. I knew there would be many people from different communities to come to this gathering, and I was very excited to meet the people and to learn more about them and understand how they were feeling about what happened to their mountain and to learn how they might want to take care of it.
Suddenly the building, the office shaking. In 1 or 2 minutes, the mountain, we cannot see the mountain. The things I remember that time is just, oh God, today I will die.
I'm see the lowest peak, all the rocks was fallen, and some big climbers actually they're still there. Actually, what I'm doing, I'm just shout to them to running down.
I just want to say how relieved and happy I am to finally be home. I know my behaviour was foolish, and I know how much offence we all caused to the local people of Sabah. For that, I am truly sorry.
Started when photographs of these naked tourists were circulating online, showing them naked near the peak of Mount Kinabalu, which is considered sacred for locals here. There's lots of indigenous groups in Sabah state, and they believe it's the final resting spot for the spirits of their ancestors. And the Deputy Chief Minister of Sabah had said that he saw a direct correlation, a direct link between the actions of these tourists and the earthquake a few days later, which killed 18 people, including school children. Well, not all Malaysians, of course, agree with this, but they do believe that these foreigners had acted with entitlement and that they should be punished, because Sabah Parks officials have accused these foreigners of not only stripping, but also urinating and then cursing at one of their staff members.
Let us take advantage of this opportunity to get to know our neighbor. Ang Brunei, ang Indonesia, ang Malaysia.
Brunei, Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Pilipinas.
You will see our masters demonstrating their craft for the future generations of Bruneians, Filipinos, Malaysian, and Indonesians.
Budaya, 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 budaya.
We are really excited to attend this event. They've been held in Jensan on 20 to 24th of September 2017. And we hope the participation from our countries will become a bridge to connect between Malaysia and Philippines, not only for this generation, but to the future generation as I see in front of me right now.
Brunei, Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Pilipinas. Brunei, Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Pilipinas.
Granite peaks of Mount Kinabalu. The mountain and its surrounding rainforest was gazetted as Sabah's first park in 1964. Since then, 2 other terrestrial and 6 marine parks have been gazetted to protect their own unique habitats.
In Sabah Parks, we aspire to be world-class in park management. Our vision is for the people of Sabah to live in harmony with nature. Our mission is to preserve areas in Sabah that contains outstanding natural values as a heritage for the benefit of the people now and in the future.
Sabah Parks is a statutory body governed by a board of trustees under the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Environment. Sabah Parks is administered from its headquarters in Kota Kinabalu, where critical planning and policies are formulated to manage the parks throughout Sabah. Enforcement units ensure the parks are protected and visitor safety maintained at the highest level. Research in the fields of botany, marine flora and fauna, zoology and entomology has contributed immensely towards Sabah Parks' educational and awareness programs. Collaborating with international conservation organizations create opportunities to participate in global initiatives to protect the planet's natural areas. The parks of Sabah were gazetted to preserve vital habitats for the survival of plant and animal life and for recreation. Meticulous planning and development is Sabah Parks' top priority to achieve a sustainable future for its parks. The first park, gazetted in 1964, was Kinabalu Park, a vast landscape of lowland and highland rainforest harboring an astounding variety of flora and fauna. Mount Kinabalu, the crown jewel of Kinabalu Park, is a masterpiece of creation and a major tourist attraction that draws a steady stream of researchers, adventurers, and nature lovers to its rainforest-covered slopes and stunning granite summit plateau, inspiring wonder for its sheer enormity of shape and presence. The iconic beauty of Mount Kinabalu is unrivaled and is the most recognizable natural wonder of Sabah. The beautiful islands of Tunku Abdul Rahman Park have made it one of the most popular parks for day trippers. Turtle Islands Park is an incredibly special place where visitors are given the privilege to witness one of the most amazing works of nature with a little help from humans. The entire life cycle of the sea turtle is showcased in an informative interpretation center and before your eyes as turtles come ashore to lay their eggs on the beach. Conservation efforts ensure the turtles and eggs are protected and given the best chance at survival into the next generation. Pulau Tiga Park's unique landscape was created by erupting mud volcanoes, which continue to spew mud to the surface, creating mud pools valued for their therapeutic properties. Tawau Hills Park is the second terrestrial park to be gazetted in 1979 for the main purpose of protecting it as a water catchment area and as a sanctuary for plants and wildlife to thrive. The rainforest is dense, humid and abundant with a variety of flora and fauna on the ground and in the canopies. Rivers, waterfalls and clear pools beckon tired travelers to sit and admire Mother Nature at its best and most beautiful. As the largest and least explored terrestrial park, Crocker Range Park holds immense potential for new discoveries. Tun Sakaran Marine Park is an outstanding example of symbiotic relationship between people and the environment, unified in the goal to preserve both for future generations. The islands, remnants of an extinct volcano, are one of the most stunning locations in Sabah, famed for its panoramic views and aquamarine waters. Conservation work in this marine ecosystem helps keep the balance between protecting the environment and preserving the livelihood and cultural identity of the sea gypsies, seafarers born of the sea and tied to it for life. Sipadan Island was gazetted as a park in 2009 to protect its status as one of the richest marine biodiversity hotspots in the world and as a world-class dive island. As the island sits back in tranquil idleness above water, down below it is teeming with marine life rising up from the depths on this oceanic island to play amongst the corals and amaze divers with their grace and magnificence. Tun Mustafa Park is uniquely positioned at the meeting point of two seas, with incredible beaches, unique marine habitats, and inherent cultural heritage. Indigenous communities are an integral part of any natural habitat, sharing the same resources as plants and animals to live and prosper. Collaboration between Sabah Parks and local communities, relevant government agencies and research partners serve to strike a balance between conserving the environment for its biological diversity and improving the quality of life of local communities living in and around the parks. Climate change has been recognized as one of the planet's greatest survival challenges of the future. Sabah Parks has taken the initiative to contribute towards the understanding of this phenomenon through its many research collaborations, using its parks as research and monitoring centers. The increase in visitor numbers to the parks has undoubtedly benefited Sabah's tourism industry, but it has also given rise to increased challenges for park managers to balance public access to parks with negative impacts on visitor experience and on the environment. Sabah Parks' excellence in park management and creation of iconic attractions within its parks system will be further enhanced to create a more sustainable and harmonious balance of nature and people. Sabah Parks' human resource will engage more actively in refocusing its research strategies and energizing its nature education programs to generate greater awareness of the park's environmental objectives. The future of Sabah Parks is a shared vision of all its stakeholders, the managers to protect and conserve, and the people to support these initiatives for their benefit.
The cultural exposure also opened the eyes of every individual how important the culture of a particular place, promoting artistic touch among our youth and the free expression of innate talents.
Keamanan, kelambuan, kemakmuran bersama, keunlaran, magkapit bayan, magkaibigan. Magkapit bayan, magkaibigan. Malaysia, Pilipinas.
Dan selamat bertemu kembali dalam siaran Keamatan TV secara langsung dipancarkan ke media sosial Facebook. Kali ini Keamatan TV bergandeng dengan Lembaga Kebudayaan Negeri Sabah bagi membawakan satu program yang cukup menarik pada hari yang penting untuk masyarakat pelindung bumi, pelindung tanah serta budaya, iaitu masyarakat orang asal.
Kapisunduan, kapisanangan, kumata instanan, tahuadan, kumada moderator tako yang berusaha inci katama 18,000 ya. It's in the British Borneo Herald. Wanita yang dipanggil si Limpai telah dianugerahkan. In fact, she was installed as the Mantri Babu, and she was also council designate in the Brunei Sultanate. When I first read this, we are very proud to be Kadazandusun woman, and this woman is also Bobolia. So in fact, this historical figure should be in our history book to be taught to the children that Kadazan women have a high standing.
Ada satu perkara yang menarik perhatian saya. Dia kata, kenapa masih lagi kita berbicara tentang Undung Adau? Ini sudah bulan Ogos. Ini bukan bulan Mei, ya. Undung Adau sudah berlalu. Jadi dia kata, ini satu tajuk yang lebih baik carilah tajuk lain. Ini macam terkeluar tajuk sudah ini, dia kata. Sebenarnya ini satu langkah strategik pihak penganjur untuk menggunakan Undung Adau sebagai satu wadah, sebagai satu cara untuk menarik minat, untuk kita mengambil tahu tentang isu-isu orang asal. Dan pada tahun ini penganjur menggunakan ataupun menunjukkan isu wanita sebagai satu tema kita pada tahun ini. Apa sebenarnya atau apa bentuk pakaian tradisi yang sebenar? Ya, jadi supaya kita sentiasa diperingatkan, generasi muda ini atau yang generasi yang tidak berapa muda juga, ya, kita diperingatkan apa sebenarnya bentuk pakaian tradisi yang betul-betul tradisi, ya. Jadi kalau tidak ada pertandingan Undung Adau, kita pun tidak tahu mana satu yang tradisi, mana satu yang bukan tradisi. Sebab hari-hari orang mengenakan pakaian tradisi, dia bilang, tapi sebenarnya itu bukan tradisi, tetapi kita tidak akan tahu selagi kita tidak melihat bagaimana peserta-peserta Undung Adau mempamerkan bentuk sebenar, keadaan sebenar pakaian tradisi.
Jadi pada pagi ini saya akan berkongsi tentang perspektif golongan milenial kita semua yang sentiasa menyokong pertandingan Undung Adau ini. Dan kita mau dengar juga apakah pandangan-pandangan mereka dalam konteks pertandingan Induk Madau dan apakah menudun pada pandangan mereka dan apakah cadangan-cadangan milenial untuk menambah baik pertandingan di masa depan kan. Ramai di antara peserta survei ini juga berpandangan bahawa kita perlu memperhalusi semula peranan-peranan pemenang Unduk Madau bukan sahaja di peringkat negeri tetapi di peringkat daerah. Supaya semua Unduk Madau yang telah menang di peringkat daerah ataupun peringkat negeri melaksanakan tanggungjawab, sama ada tanggungjawab sosial masyarakat ataupun tanggungjawab untuk mengangkat nilai ataupun mengangkat peranan seseorang huminodun, spiritus huminodun yang dapat dimaksimumkan sepanjang tahun dan kita dapat melaksanakan peranan itu dan nilai-nilai budaya itu kita bukan saja nampak berlaku mungkin sebulan dua tetapi sepanjang tahun.
Daripada Ziko, okey, satu soalan kepada Puan Joanna dan katanya bagaimanakah kita boleh membantu golongan wanita Kadazandusun untuk lebih menonjol terutamanya golongan yang tinggal di pedalaman atau di luar bandar. Kebanyakannya yang menonjol ni yang di bandar-bandar saja.
Bagaimana kita menonjolkan wanita-wanita di kampung itu adalah melalui dorongan where they must attend finish their education. I have been to the rural area, membawa Toyota scholarship, membawa bermacam-macam also program like I did the revival of the living skill that was already forgotten, that is living skill in Tabunan.
Salam sejahtera, selamat pagi. Salam Sabah Maju Jaya untuk anda semua. Saya Roslan Haji Hussein. Kita akan bersiaran secara langsung dari studio mini di Jabatan Perkhidmatan Komputer Negeri Sabah. Baiklah, pagi ini kita mulakan bual bicara kita untuk Majlis Pelancaran Webinar ini.
Pada tahun-tahun sebelum daripada abad ke-16 telah terbentuknya satu tamadun besar. Satu tamadun besar. Kalau kita lihat di sebelah sini, di sebelah Borneo ini telah terbentuknya Kesultanan Brunei dan di sebelah situ sikit terbentuknya Sulu, Maguindanao dan di sebelah semenanjung sana terbentuknya Kesultanan Melaka. Satu kerajaan-kerajaan besar yang telah terbentuk yang mempunyai satu struktur pentadbiran, budaya, undang-undang, teknologi yang telah sampai kepada satu tahap yang tinggi. Pada tahun 1963 itu berlakulah Sabah, Sarawak, Singapura menyertai Persekutuan Tanah Melayu membentuk Malaysia. Di sini saya selalu memperbetulkan sebab ada setengah-setengah ungkapan mengatakan Sabah dan Sarawak, Singapura menyertai Malaysia pada tahun 63. Itu ungkapan yang tidak tepat. Saya rasa yang tepatnya ialah Sabah, Sarawak, Singapura menyertai Persekutuan Malaysia membentuk Persekutuan Malaysia, menyertai Persekutuan Tanah Melayu membentuk Malaysia.
Judul ini saya kutip daripada satu peristiwa yang sangat penting kepada rakyat negeri Sabah. Ini seperti iaitu satu gambar yang menunjukkan suasana upacara di Bandar Sheraton pada pagi Isnin 16 September 1963 yang menggunakan slogan Merdeka Malaysia. So dalam perkembangan lain juga pada tarikh 31 Ogos 1963 bendera Sabah pertama kalinya telah dikibarkan dalam satu upacara sambutan di depan pejabat negeri daerah Tuaran. Diresmikan oleh
K. Indah Karir, Tun Muhammad Hamdan Abdullah selaku Ketua Majlis Daerah Tawaran pada KPP. Hari 31 Ogos adalah wajar disambut sebagai Hari Sabah supaya rakyat generasi hari ini dan masa depan boleh mengenang jasa dan menghargai semangat perjuangan para pemimpin dan rakyat terdahulu.
Kaum wanita sering dilihat sebagai jantina yang lemah. Tetapi dalam kelembutan wanita itu tersirat satu ketabahan.
let us take advantage of this opportunity to get to know our neighbor. Ang Brunei, ang Indonesia, ang Malaysia.
Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Pilipinas.
We will see our masters demonstrating their craft for the future generations of Bruneians, Filipinos, Malaysian, and Indonesians.
Budaya, 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 budaya.
We are really excited to attend this event that has been held in Jensan on 20 to 24th of September 2017. And we hope the participation from our countries will become a bridge to connect between Malaysia and Philippines, not only for this generation, but to the future generation as I see in front of me right now.
Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Pilipinas. Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Pilipinas.
The cultural exposure also opened the eyes of every individual how important the culture of a particular place, promoting artistic touch among our youth and the free expression of innate talents.
Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Pilipinas. Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Pilipinas. Keamanan, budaya, kelambuan, budaya, kemakmuran bersama, budaya, keunlaran, Malaysia, Filipina, magkapit bayan, magkaibigan. Magkapit bayan, magkaibigan, Malaysia, Pilipinas. Budaya, 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 budaya. Pilipinas, Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Pilipinas.
Dan selamat bertemu kembali dalam siaran Keamatan TV secara langsung dipancarkan ke media sosial Facebook. Kali ini Keamatan TV berganding dengan Lembaga Kebudayaan Negeri Sabah bagi membawakan satu program yang cukup menarik pada hari yang penting untuk masyarakat pelindung bumi, pelindung tanah serta budaya, iaitu masyarakat orang asal.
Kepisunduan, kepisanangan, pematoinsanan, tahuadan, ada moderator toko yang berusaha inci atama 18,000 ya. It's in the British Borneo Herald. Wanita yang dipanggil si Limpai telah dianugerahkan. In fact, she was installed as the Mantri Babu, and she was also council designate in the Brunei Sultanate. When I first read this, we are very proud to be Kadazandusun woman, and this woman is also Bobolia. So in fact, this historical figure should be in our history book to be taught to the children that Kadazan women have a high standing.
Ada satu perkara yang menarik perhatian saya. Dia kata, kenapa masih lagi kita berbicara tentang Undung Adau? Ini sudah bulan Ogos. Ini bukan bulan Mei, ya. Undung Adau sudah berlalu. Jadi dia kata, ini satu tajuk yang lebih baik carilah tajuk lain. Ini macam keluar tajuk sudah ini, dia kata. Sebenarnya ini satu langkah strategik pihak penganjur untuk menggunakan Undung Adau sebagai satu wadah, sebagai satu cara untuk menarik minat, untuk kita mengambil tahu tentang isu-isu orang asal. Dan pada tahun ini penganjur menggunakan ataupun menunjukkan isu wanita sebagai satu tema kita pada tahun ini. Apa sebenarnya atau apa bentuk pakaian tradisi yang sebenar? Ya, jadi supaya kita sentiasa diperingatkan, generasi muda ini atau yang generasi yang tidak berapa muda juga, ya, kita diperingatkan apa sebenarnya bentuk pakaian tradisi yang betul-betul tradisi, ya. Jadi kalau tidak ada pertandingan Undung Adau, kita pun tidak tahu mana satu yang tradisi, mana satu yang bukan tradisi. Sebab hari-hari orang mengenakan pakaian tradisi, dia bilang, tapi sebenarnya itu bukan tradisi, tetapi kita tidak akan tahu selagi kita tidak melihat bagaimana peserta-peserta Undung Adau mempamerkan bentuk sebenar, keadaan sebenar pakaian tradisi.
Jadi pada pagi ini
I didn't really know what to expect. I knew there would be many people from different communities to come to this gathering, and I was very excited to meet the people and to learn more about them and understand how they were feeling about what happened to their mountain and to learn how they might want to take care of it.
Suddenly the building, the office shaking. In 1 or 2 minutes, the mountain, we cannot see the mountain. The things I remember that time is just, oh God, today I will die.
I see the lowest peak, all the rocks was fallen, and some of the climbers actually they're still there. Actually, what I'm doing, I'm just shout to them to running down.
I just want to say how relieved and happy I am to finally be home. I know my behaviour was foolish, and I know how much offence we all caused to the local people of Sabah. For that, I am truly sorry.
Started when photographs of these naked tourists were circulating online, showing them naked near the peak of Mount Kinabalu, which is considered sacred for locals here. There's lots of indigenous groups in Sabah state, and they believe it's the final resting spot for the spirits of their ancestors. And the Deputy Chief Minister of Sabah had said that he saw a direct correlation, a direct link between the actions of these tourists and the earthquake a few days later, which killed 18 people, including school children. Well, not all Malaysians, of course, agree with this, but they do believe that these foreigners had acted with entitlement and that they should be punished, because Sabah Parks officials have accused these foreigners of not only stripping, but also urinating and then cursing at one of their staff members.
Let us take advantage of this opportunity to get to know our neighbor. Ang Brunei, ang Indonesia, ang Malaysia.
Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines.
We will see our masters demonstrating their craft for the future generations of Bruneians, Filipinos, Malaysian, and Indonesians.
Budaya, 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 budaya.
We are really excited to attend this event. They've been held in Jensan on 20 to 24th of September 2017. And we hope the participation from our countries will become a bridge to connect between Malaysia and Philippines, not only for this generation, but to the future generation as I see in front of me right now.
Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Pilipinas. Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Pilipinas.
Hello, world. How you doing? I know it's tough. In this time of pain, I know it's rough. For you, your families, and your people trying to survive in the sequel. This pandemic's overrun by the madness. People dying, children crying, the world's in sadness. Divided in conflicts, nations in crisis. So now you see the value of this life is, but be strong and hold on together. Let's find a way to come together. In solidarity, there's power. In power, there's peace. Let's recognize the peace from the west to the east. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I'm your host in this webinar. My name is Atama Katama. I am coming to you live from the studio at the Kinabalu Tower in Kota Kinabalu, Sabah, Malaysia. You are now joining session 2 of our special webinar being broadcasted through our social media networks on Facebook pages, Lembaga Kebudayaan Sabah, and on the official YouTube page, Sabah Government Official. In this session number 2, this is a time that we bring in our esteemed panel of experts from Indonesia, from Philippines, from Korea, as well as our international to local expert from Sabah, Malaysia. But before I introduce the panelists, allow me to give you a short recap of the session that we had this morning. We had a conversation around geoparks, what they are, what they serve, and what is the current practice and process for the state government of Sabah through the Sabah Parks Authority. We were joined by Mr. Justinus. We had a conversation regarding the Kadazandusun's worldview and beliefs related to Mount Kinabalu, the elements of spirituality, the understanding required for adopting protocols and engagement in relations to the United Nations Declarations for the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, free, prior, and informed consent. This was also touched by panelists from Sabah Biodiversity Center, who shared with us their community protocol practices for protecting the knowledge and biological resources of the Highland. We were also joined by the Chief Executive Officer of Sabah Tourism Board, Madam Noredah Othman, discussing role of tourism among the community. And from the conversation that we had this morning, it is helping us to shape not just cultural understanding, but try to address how we can further engage between agencies, communities, organizations, as well as statutory bodies. To give a recap about how the conversation has taken shape this morning, the elements that was discussed was traditional, contemporary, and living at the same time. It revolved around inclusivity, revolves around representatives, as well as, let me get my notes over here, community-based. So we were very happy to spend a few hours with the stakeholders in the state of Sabah regarding how is the planning and the development post-COVID pandemic, and how to strengthen our biological resources, our mountain, our tourism, and everything which is found very important. According to our team today, which is people and the mountain relation. Now, of course, we would like you to tune back and help us popularize this broadcast. So first of all, please like and share especially on your Facebook pages. Share to your friends. Copy the link and share to your WhatsApp friends so that they can tune in. We would love to be followed and viewed by the beautiful people of the Philippines. Also, the wonderful neighbors of Indonesia and Brunei, and not forgetting our friends from South Korea. So please help us now share and like as much as possible so we can get an international audience watching, especially our second session, our international panelists. So to give you a rundown on how the webinar will be progressing this afternoon, we have 5 international panelists who will be giving their presentations, after which we are going to invite all of them on the question and answer session, where you, the audience, can already send your questions to any of the panelists so that they can answer them at the question and answer session. This webinar is brought to you by the Sabah government and Lembaga Kebudayaan Negeri Sabah, which means the Sabah Cultural Board. And for our international session this afternoon, we want to recognize our friends and colleagues from the Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, East Asia Growth Area. Let me give you a little snapshot about our stakeholders at the international. So the socio-cultural and education pillar is one main pillar from the BIMPIAGA. It is for the purpose of strengthening socio-cultural relations, which is necessary for long-term sustainability of the BIMPIAGA. Human resources development ensures that the sub-region will have a highly skilled and competent workforce to support development initiatives. Among the sectors under BIMPIAGA SCE is SCE itself for culture. It also has human resource development. All right, so if you are ready, if you are already seated down, if you are watching from your office, if you are watching from home, or you are on mobile, do remember your voice matters to us. So drop us any comments or questions as we are going to go live right now. So let's get to it. Let's begin to continue this session with topic number 5. It's a very, very interesting question. The common themes in understanding people and mountain relations. Joining us now from Kota Kinabalu is our first speaker in this round. He is the cultural consultant at Sabah Cultural Board. I'd like to invite my esteemed colleague, Dr. Paul Porodong, and you have 25 minutes for your presentation. Over to you, Dr. Paul.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Mr. Atama. And I'm pleased to join you from Kota Kinabalu. I was listening to the presentation this morning, and I really happy that all the speakers emphasize the importance of relation with the local community in managing the physical nature of the mountain. Now, please play my slide. Now, it's the relation between the community and physical nature is meaningless if the community without input or they're not giving meanings to this relationship. No, physical nature remain physical nature, but it was people who give them meaning, and this meaning that interests us today in looking into people and mountain relation. Next, please. So we have impressive topographic landscape all over the world, mountain, rivers, waterfall, caves. Now, these physical topographic landscape often create aura of mystery and sacredness, and there are elements of spiritual and cultural meaning. So we, or human, or people, come up with the narrative, of this meaning, and to some extent they even build a man-made structure. So this narrative and man-made structure seal, the relationship between human and mountain. So in this presentation, I'm going to discuss a typology developed by E. Benbaum, 2006, where they discuss common themes in understanding people and mountain relation. Yeah, please, next. So the first theme is height. Now everybody know Everest. Now height often associated with status of sacred, because we always look into our life in a vertical manner. Yeah, we always often see that anything that up there is better than anything downstairs, or anything that high is better than those in the low position, for example. So the ideas of heaven always associated with up, high, height, but ideas of hell is always associated with the bottom of the hell, so it is downstairs. So height is often used as a theme to understand this human relation. The higher a point, they are considered more sacred compared to the lower point. So Everest is a good example. In fact, they have a meaning is for this Everest mountain, with something to do with a spiritual deity. But I won't discuss that here. Okay, next. So another theme that commonly associated with mountain is it become a center. Now I'm glad that we will have a speaker. We'll specifically talk about Gunung Agung in Bali, and I'm sure he can tell us more about how this Gunung Agung in Bali become the center, not only from geographical point of view, but also psychological orientation about the island. And they even look at Gunung Agung as the center of cosmos, yeah, at least for the local region. So it's if center meaning is everything to their livelihood. They build the structure, the views, the temple, with consideration to this particular mountain. Yeah, so I hope our friend from Bali, from Indonesia, will speak more about this Gunung Agung, which is, for me, this is fascinating. Next, please. So another theme when come to mountain is association with places of power. Now in New Zealand, there is one point where the European colony, they want to buy a parcel of land in Tongariro, a sacred mountain in Ngati Tuharetio, Haratoa. Yeah, forgive my, I'm not really sure if I said that right. So what they did is to preserve this the power of the chief. The European advisor advised that they turn this area into a national park, so nobody can own it, nobody can disturb it. So this is exactly what happened today, and it remained as a power symbol, yeah, for the paramount chief of local paramount chief in New Zealand. Today it's one of the World Heritage Site. Next. So this is another important theme in explaining human and mountain relation. Now this is one of the peak in Nepal, yeah. In the Indian side, there is a peak called Nanda Devi. Now, if you can see the peak in the middle, they have a graceful shape of peak compared to the left and right. Yeah. So they associate this graceful as or personify this graceful peak of Nanda Devi as a goddess of bliss, yeah, and a temple, a famous temple built around this hill, and for people to respect the deity or the goddess that they believe remain or in charge of this peak or this mountain. Okay, so this is one example of deity. Next. Yeah, this is another example of how deity in native Hawaiian, they revere Kilauea itself as a body of volcano. Now it's a volcano in effect, but they say this is a active volcano, and they say this is a goddess of Pele. So again, this is the mountain, in this case a volcano, considered as a place for the deity. Next. So this is another theme in understanding mountain people relation. In Tibet, yeah, they consider the Mount Kailas as a pagoda. Now, if you look at the Google, yeah, I've never been here, so I just Google it. So it did shape like a pagoda, yeah, in depending on the how angle you see, but they consider this as a important place. In fact, they consider this as a spiritual center of the universe. So they consider it a very, very important spiritually places of worship. Another example is Mount Zion and Mount Sinai in Middle East, in Israel. This is an important mountain for the Judeo-Christian tradition, where they even provide site of ancient Jewish temple. So mountain is very much revered as important place of worship or temple. So that is one important theme when come to mountain. Next, please. So this is Mount Zion in Israel. Next. Mount Sinai. You can see the St. Catherine Monastery right at the bottom of the mountain. So again, this is very important. Now, another theme that associated with mountain is it's considered paradise or garden. Now, this is a Mount Mustaq Ata in Western China, and they believe that the snow of the highest peak, yeah, it really is a paradise. Yeah, it covered the paradise that goes back to the time of Garden of Eden. So, of course, this is a belief, but again, this is how they interpret or they give meaning to their relation to this mountain. So it gives you aura of sacredness and a paradise or heaven in this particular mountain. Next. This is another important theme in understanding people-mountain relationship. This is Mount Koya, the meditation center of Shingon Buddhism in Japan. Now, of course, it is not just a meditation center, but it's a complex of graveyard. There are a lot of graveyard here, ancient graveyard, and they believe that this mountain links to the other world or links to their ancestor. Yeah. So again, this high place regarded as a link to a supernatural place. Now, this is Mount Koya in Japan. Now, the Maori in New Zealand, they consider themselves as the descendant, or they are descended from pigs in New Zealand. So, meaning the pigs are their ancestor. They have relationship, living relationship with the pigs or with the mountain in New Zealand. So that is another theme of understanding human-mountain relation. Next. And this is interesting because I'm sure a lot of Sabahan can associate this with our own local mountain, Mount Kinabalu, but it also happened elsewhere. Now, in Aoraki or Mount Cook of New Zealand, they believe that the mountain are actually part of their identity, and the standard formula for identifying oneself is you have to mention your tribal mountain. So if you are located in a certain part of New Zealand, they have a local mountain. So you have to associate it with that mountain. And then they give a lake or river. And finally, the name of one chief. Now, this is very interesting because at least in the Maori case, they use the mountain as part of their identity, as part of telling you who they are. So if the mountain is disappear, they will feel that the part of their identity also disappear. So that's how close they associated themselves with the mountain. And of course, everybody know Mount Fuji. Mount Fuji, you see Mount Fuji and you see, next please. You see Mount Fuji and you will see that, okay, this is Japan. Yeah, so it's this mountain give identity to the Japanese. Yeah, so that's a very important way to understand people and mountain relation. Next, please. And another important theme is source of many things like blessings such as water's life, fertility, and healing. Now, the Hopi in Arizona, in USA, they believe that the peak of San Francisco. Now, this picture here is this is called San Francisco Peaks. Now, they believe that it was this peak that bring the rain clouds for people depending on growing corn. And they are, and in Andean mountain, yeah, in South America, the curanderos or shaman, they invoke the mountain gods such as Apus, Mount Asangate, yeah, for healing and water. Yeah, so it's the mountain a source of healing, source of water, fertility, and so on and so forth. So they are also theme when come to mountain that it was associated with some kind of a source of something. Yeah, thank you. Next, please. I'm coming to the end of a slide. So we have also theme loosely grouped under inspiration, renewal, and transformation. Yeah. So in China, mountain is regarded as an ideal place for meditation and spiritual transformation. And I find this interesting because the Chinese expression of embarking the practice of religion, the expression literally translated to enter the mountains. So when you are embarking in the religious adventure or religious activities, they associated that with mountain. Now that is a very interesting association. In North America, the Indian, such as Lakota and Crow, they seek out high places for vision. So every time they run out of ideas or they need some kind of guidance, they went to the mountain and seek for guidance from spiritual power or maybe coming up with some inspiration. So mountain also associated with a place to seek meditation, and maybe to some extent they also seek spiritual expression or even health-wise, medication. So mountain is very important in this sense. So let's wrap up. So this is our own Mount Kinabalu in Sabah. There are many ways when we want to understand our relation with mountain. We can discuss it along an identity or center of power or paradise garden. Ancestors very much associated with Mount Kinabalu, deity, even temple, yeah, and source. Yeah, and of course, just by looking at this picture, looking at the mountain is very common for us to feel inspired and renewal. So I think that is something that very nice to have this mountain and people relation. With that, thank you, Atama.
Wow, that was incredible. Thank you so much, Dr. Paul Porodong, our cultural consultant from Sabah Cultural Board. It's worthy to make reference that Dr. Paul Porodong is an expert in cultural anthropology in his previous position at the University Malaysia of Sabah. I'd like to just make that note to our viewers. Yes, the takeaway for me is that those are key words at the end of the slide that can represent thematic leveled answers for us in this field of work. We can be an activist, we can be a culturalist, we can be a musician in the arts, and of course, through that understanding, expert presentation from Dr. Paul, I'm sure we have learned a little bit more about the deity, the being of a mountain, and Dr. Paul has introduced so many, including the mountain, which we are going to talk about next by our presenter. Let's now move on to topic number 6. Let's know and learn more about Gunung Agung. And this presentation is from Indonesia. I am very happy to welcome Madam Lita Rahmiati. She is the Directorate General of Culture at the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia. Madam Lita will join us through a video presentation. And after the video presentation, we will cross over live with her at the location in Indonesia. Let's take a look at the presentation from Madam Lita.
Before I begin, let me introduce myself. My name is Lita Rahmiati. I'm from Indonesia. And today I'm going to talk about local community, their wisdom, and the mountain in Indonesia. As we know, in Indonesia, we have a lot of mountains and many of peoples living around it. For example, like in Lampung, we have Krui people who live between the Mount Tanggamus and Pesaki. And in Banten area, we have Baduy people who live in Mount Kendeng. And in East Java, we have Tengger people who live in their area, in Ngadas village, exactly. And then in Borneo, we also have Dayak people who live under the Mount Meratus and many others in Indonesia. So because they have their own local communities and they depends on their surroundings, so they have their own local community, local wisdom, or their wisdom for preserving the environment based on their knowledge and their experience, their needs, their understanding about the hereditary environment passed down from generation to generation. This mechanism is possibly contrary to the modern knowledge because local wisdom is customarily based on the philosophical, social, and environmental framework. Before we talk about it, I would like to share one of the two exactly. I have two example for the local knowledge, local wisdom. First, in Badui people who lives in Mount Kendeng in the southern part of Banten. They have a duty to manage the continuity of the flow of the rivers from the upper course to the lower. So in the river, according to them, it has an important role in agriculture beside being the means of trading and transportation. Therefore, the Badui itself has a role of the guardian of the equilibrium at the upper course region. Who lives the upper course of the rivers are not allowed to disturb the ecosystem, such as exploit the rice field or to dig the soil of agricultural activities. If it is disobeyed, there will be a great disaster upon human life. And they also have a hierarchy system, but also in the same time they're also egalitarian. So, but I want just to share about the stratified system that they have, and they call it with Tangtu Tilu. They have three core leadership that we call it Pu'un, and they have lived in 3 villages around the Mount Kendeng, and they have live under the guidance of moral, ethics, and rules which are stated at the value of Sunda Wiwitan religion. Tengger people who live in the Mount Bromo, they have a Kejawen view of life. It's a view that considered holistic in the view of the environment. One of the aspects of the life of Kejawen is Mamayu Hayuning Bawono and Sangkan Paraning Damadi. Mamayu Hayuning Bawono means to keep the beauty of the world and its contents, while Sangkan Paraning Dumadi means from anywhere and forward in terms of human life existence. In this Kejawen view, nature presented the system consisting of creatures, universe, and supernatural realms. Human beings and creatures are seen as a part of the system of the content, while the natural habitants functions as the container of the place. Most of the people of Tengger lives in the village that we call Nyangada, and they have their own traditional wisdom in the institutional management of the environment, which is inherited through the learning process and life habituation process. So that's why the Ngada community or the Tengger people view nature comprehensively. There are 4 pillars exactly when they have to do something with their environment. So the pillars is included the ritual system management, the ritual system related to the life cycle, land tenure and tenure system, forest management system and water resources, and the last one is the food crop agriculture system. Therefore, their local wisdom, their nature, it's become one. When there's someone or somebody hurt the nature, so it means they're hurting himself. So the norms and the value of Tengger indigenous people life will have implication for their ability in managing the natural environment based on the local wisdom that growing from their religion or their belief that and develop in their society. And in order to preserve them, Indonesia has their own regulation exactly that based on their constitution in the 1945 Constitution of the State of Republic Indonesia, in the Article 18B, Paragraph 2, that stated the state recognizes and respects the unity of indigenous and tribal peoples, its traditional right as long as it is alive, and accordance with the development of society and the principle of the unitary state of Republic Indonesia as governed by the law. By this constitution, it shows the willingness of the states to truly protect indigenous and tribal peoples that grows and develop according to their own needs. There are groups of people who have traditionally settled in the certain geographical area due to the ties to ancestral origins, strong relationship with the environment, and the value system that determines the economy, politics, social, and legal order. Besides the Article 18B, We also have the Article 32 in the same Constitution, 1945, that the government advanced Indonesian national culture. So when the Constitution of Indonesia was amended in the beginning of the reform era, cultural advancement was still the priority and further enforced. The Article 32 was amended to the state advances the Indonesian national culture and amid a world civilization by ensuring the nation to preserve and develop the value of their culture. Therefore, based on their constitution, for the first time Indonesia has their own law, law number 5, 2017 about advancement of culture was enacted by the government of Indonesia and serving as the first legal formal basis for managing Indonesian past culture. Besides in the constitution and the law number 5 of 2007, Indonesian local government also has their own local regulation that based on their needs and their wants to fulfill what they really needs according to the local community. For example, like the protection of the local regulation for the protection of Badui people in the land tenure. As I said before, that we have a law of advancement of culture, so that we use it as a basic for protection, utilization, empowerment, and development of the culture. As we know that there are more than 700 ethnic groups and languages, each with their own tradition, constitution of the whole nation. This diversity have formed the basis of our national culture, also for the local community itself. So as the result, the perspective which allows us to see our culture in fair and unstereotypical manners is required. Element of the culture should be considered to be protected and managed by the government. So that's why this law utilizes the most neutral, inclusive, and open definition. Everything that people invent, sense, intend, and create accordingly to the nation culture is then defined as the whole process and outcome of interaction between cultures that thrive and grow across Indonesia. Therefore, the law it's become the guidelines for the national development because it comprises the whole social system in Indonesia culture. Should be positioned as the main element of the society. Culture should not be considered to be the one of the area of development, but it should be regarded as the end goal of all area of development instead. Therefore, the objective of the culture advancement, according to the law, is to advancing culture, to cultivating diversity, and society is the owner and driving force of the culture. According to the laws of the number 5, 2017 about the advancement of culture, there are 4 actions that we have to do, like from protection, that includes the award to maintain the sustainable of the culture as a heritage of the world and future generation. And the second one is development, includes the award to empowerment, to empower the culture ecosystem and enhance, enrich, and disseminate culture. And third one is utilization, includes the effort to utilize the object for the culture, advancement to strengthen ideological, political, economic, social, cultural defense, and security in realizing the national goals. And the last one is empowerment. Empowerment includes the effort of human resources in increasing and expanding the active roles and initiative of the community in the cultural advancement. This is carried to increase the number and the capacity of actors, organization, and institution of the culture. So, in the conclusion that I have to state in a short way, the advancement of the national culture will make an impact on many sectors. It will affect national value, resilience, peace, and welfare. This is also what we can say from the local wisdom of the local community and the mountain in Indonesia. They have their own culture, they have their own knowledge, but it really gives a big impact for the culture in Indonesia. Therefore, the life of the local community, especially in the mountain area, really give a big impact for the national culture regulation exactly, and also for the life of the cultures in Indonesia itself. Thank you and terima kasih.
Ibu Madam Lita Rahmiati, the Director General of Culture from the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology from Republic of Indonesia, joins us now. Good afternoon, Madam Lita.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Atama.
You're most welcome.
Hello.
First of all, from the studio, we'd like to acknowledge that there was some technical shortcoming in terms of the audio from the video presentation from Indonesia. We apologize to Ibu and apologize to all of us. If we want to return back to listen, we can use the Facebook page, which we are streaming, so for you to listen to it once again. But since you are joining us live, Madam Lita, I just wanted to prompt you in connecting with our previous speaker, Dr. Paul Porodong, who mentioned something about Gunung Agung. Perhaps you can share a little bit about that. I would like to also recognize that you have mentioned Indonesia's regulations and important laws, which creates policy, regulations to support communities, indigenous peoples, and communities as well in various forms of cultural awareness, if not participation at local level, even to the higher level. Perhaps the second question that you can share with us is that, is it true that the Republic of Indonesia recognizes one traditional religion from Kalimantan, Borneo, which is Agama Keharingan? So perhaps Madam Lita, you have 5 more minutes left actually on your session. So help us, enlighten us. Story.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Atama. Maybe that I can conclude. About the Mount Agung. It's one of the mounts exactly in Indonesia. As I previously said, that there's a lot of mount and a lot of local community who lives around that. So that's why we have our own regulation, that we have to regulate all the culture, especially that for the local community who lives under the mount, because they're on their own local wisdom. In my presentation, I said that we have to preserve the local wisdom, and then it enrich our culture exactly about their the knowledge from them. So therefore, we try through our regulation, we try to utilize them, we try to protect them, and try to empowerment all the local community. So because they have a very good, they have the relationship between them and then the environment, how to protect the environment, and therefore the Mount Agung. I think Mount Agung with others mounts that I previously said in my presentation, in Mount Kendeng, in Mount Bromo, they have the similarity because they the mount. They can live until now. It's because the people who lives under there preserve their environment. So one thing that I want to say, that the culture itself can bring the action and the perspective that prioritize harmony between human and the environment, and our governments try to harmonize between the people, the environment, and also through the regulation. And the second one about the religion, that exactly we have a lot of religion in Indonesia, local religion exactly, like 170 local religion that inventories in that we have data, that we data it in, and we have a special directorate exactly under the Directorate of Culture, Directorate of Belief and Customary Law Community. So one of them is Keharingan, that's right, in Borneo, and also we have like in Sumba, we have Marapu, we have in Sumatra, we have Parmalim. So, and everybody can live harmony here, even though there's still some like intolerance in bullying about that. But we try our best to make them live in their own country. Thank you. Maybe yeah. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Madam Lita, for accepting 2 points for our conversation. Actually, as neighbors, we should be encouraged to strengthen our neighborly ties.
Yes.
There is a bahasa antonym or cara percakapan itu kita harus menjaga perhubungan dengan negara tetangga atau jiran kita semua ini. Dan dalam konteks in the context of Bimpiaga, it is internationally recognized. So thank you once again, Madam Lita Rahmiati, joining us from the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology in Indonesia. Let's now move on to topic 7. But just to remind all of you, you are watching live on Facebook and you can comment and pose any question or even sharing an observation, and we can bring those comments to our question and answer session with our international panelists. So topic number 7 is about the sacred mountain in the Philippines. Joining us now to tell us a little bit about Mount Apo is Mr. Julius Relly Panner. He is the unit head of investment promotion, tourism office, consultant on bird watching and bird conservation program in the Philippines. Mr. Julius joins us on a pre-recorded video presentation. Let's have Mr. Julius Relly Panner.
Good day, warm greetings coming here from the Republic of the Philippines. I am Julius Panner and I would like to share to you several information about our sacred mountain here in Mindanao. We call it Mount Apo. The Mount Apo Natural Park has a total land area of about 64,000 hectares and is located in south-central Mindanao, spanning the provinces of North Cotabato in Region 12 and Davao del Sur and Davao City in Region 11. With a height of 10,311 feet above sea level, it is the highest mountain in the country and one of the most popular nature-based tourist attractions in the Philippines. Mount Apo was declared a protected area under the Republic Act No. 9237, otherwise known as the Mount Apo Act of 2003. Mount Apo has great economic significance in the two regions, providing various ecosystem services such as water for domestic use and irrigation, and a source of renewable energy. It is included in the United Nations list of national parks and equivalent reserves and acknowledged as an ASEAN heritage site. A key biodiversity area, it is home to over 272 bird species and 111 of which are actually endemic in the Philippines. Mount Apo also houses one of the world's largest eagles, the critically endangered Philippine eagle. The entire portion of Mount Apo Natural Park is a dwelling place of 3 indigenous cultural communities, namely the Bagobo Klata, the Manobo, and the Bagobo Tagabawa. They consider Mount Apo a sacred mountain and the burial ground of their Apo Sandawa, their great forefather. The unique culture of the Bagobo, which can be seen mostly in Davao region, is what makes Mount Apo significant, because over the years the tribe has existed and survived, and their struggles, challenges, and victories have been fought with Mount Apo as the host venue. Hence, this mountain is special to the indigenous peoples. In terms of the preservation of the culture of the community living around Mount Apo, the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Acts through the Republic Act 8371 is the major mechanism of the Philippine government to preserve the culture of the people within the mountains. This is being strengthened by creating the National Commission for Indigenous Peoples as a responsible office implementing the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act. Second is that there is already an indigenous political structure being formed in the local level, wherein the indigenous peoples are empowered to do their own programs and projects. Third is that the indigenous peoples are already represented, no, in the local legislation through their indigenous.
Okay, so let's bring him live. Welcome back. We are now joined live with Julius Panner from Philippines. Hello, Julius.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon to all our Facebook Live viewers, and good afternoon to our neighbor in the BIUP Iaga area.
Yes, our dear neighbor. We are just separated by the South China Sea and the Sulu Sea. So greetings from us. For the viewers, we want to apologize for the shortcoming of the video presentation, but perhaps to continue on from where we got cut off a while ago, Mr. Julius, we still have about 20 minutes for your presentation. So perhaps we can hear it from you live from the Philippines. By the way, Mr. Julius, you are joining us from which city in the Philippines?
I am live all the way from Santa Cruz, Davao del Sur, in the Philippines. Mindanao, Philippines, and actually this is the foothills of our highest peak in the country. That's Mount Apo.
Right. So please continue where we left off a while ago. Floor is
Thank
yours.
you so much. Yeah, I think the portion was about the challenges that is being encountered by the mountain, especially the community living in the area, with focus on the Bagobo Tagabawa tribe being located in Davao region, particularly in Davao del Sur. One of the four major challenges that is being faced right now by the mountain and the community is the continuous owning of lands within the ancestral domain of Mount Apo by the non-IPs or the non-indigenous peoples. Somehow this is very crucial, considering that the ancestral domain is supposedly for the tribe, for the people living in the area, but a lot of people have been very interested to own or to acquire a land, and there is a rampant selling of lands within the ancestral domain. The second major challenge that I have observed is the interest of the younger generation in terms of the love of culture has been vanishing in a way. They are being sent to the lowlands to study, and when you get back to the mountains, they are no longer appreciative of their culture. They do not even speak the local dialects already. The third issue is the continuous loss, as I have been observing in the area, because this is also a protected area. There is this gradual loss of biodiversity within the mountain, the continuous cutting of trees, the continuous encroachment of commercial farming in the strict protection zone has been causing a lot of damage to the very nice biodiversity in Mount Apo. And the last one, I think, issue that is being considered is commercialization. Ancestral domain, protected area are being considered now for commercial activities like, again, plantation of banana, and resorts, tourism establishments that are being built. Not community-based tourism has been very rampant lately. So that's the four major issues that are being considered in Mount Apo lately. Now, how is the government doing all the programs? What will be the medium-term program of the local government and the stakeholders to address all these challenges? First, there is a need to revisit, to review, and to amend, in a way, the method that is being used or being employed by the indigenous peoples in giving lands to the non-indigenous people. There is an instrument being given to them, and this somehow has been abused by capitalists, by businessmen. because if you want to secure a land right there, you just have to follow the procedure, and on the tenure instrument afterwards, you can do what you want within the ancestral domain of Mount Apo. Somehow, I would like to tell you that this has to be revisited, this has to be reviewed, and in a way, this has to be amended. Second, there is a good program from the National Commission for Culture and Arts that we call School of Living Tradition, SLT. This is to address the issue on
Julius? Perhaps we have a little issue on connectivity with Julius a while ago, but can we bring on Julius on the studio? Perhaps he is connecting now. For all of us watching, we are with Julius Panner from the Philippines. He was telling us about his role and the role of the peoples with their Mount Apo, and how there are local structures there that has indigenous peoples represented in local decision-making processes. There are facilities and engagement and participations through the National Commission of Arts, I believe, as well as glaring challenges and issues to the peoples and their relations to the sacred mountain Apo. In terms of here in the Bahasa language concerns tanah adat, and it is ancestral domains. So this is also a common theme, a challenge, and issue for the peoples around their sacred mountain. Let's try once again to connect with Mr. Julius Relly Panner. I'm afraid he's no longer in connection with the studio. So we'd like to invite him back at the question and answer sessions shortly after this. Still with topic number 7, the sacred mountain of the Philippines. If a while ago we heard about Mount Apo, let's learn about Mount Hamiguitan. And for this, we have a video recorded presentation from Mr. Miguelito Velasco Trocio. He is the Provincial Tourism Officer and Culture with the Affairs Officer with Senior Tourism Operations Officer 1 from the Philippines. Let's present now the video presentation from Mr. Miguelito.
Mabuhay and Madayaw. To our distinguished guests, the organizers, to my co-speakers and participants of this event, good day. I am Miguelito V. Trocio, the Provincial Tourism, Culture and Arts Affairs Officer of the Provincial Government of Davao Oriental. It is an honor to speak in behalf of not just my province, but also of my country, the Philippines, in this well-esteemed international learning activity. Davao Oriental is located at the southeastern tip part of the Philippines in the island of Mindanao. Located at the north of Indonesia and west of the Marianas Islands in the South Pacific. My province is bordered on the south by Davao Gulf, in the Sulawesi Sea, and on the east by the Pacific Ocean. Davao Oriental holds the only mountain in the Philippines inscribed as UNESCO World Heritage Site due to its outstanding universal value, the Mount Hamiguitan Range Wildlife Sanctuary. Mount Hamiguitan has an elevation range of 170 to 1,637 meters above sea level, forming a north-south running mountain ridge along Puhada Peninsula in the Eastern Mindanao Biodiversity Corridor in Southeast Asia. It covers 16,923 hectares with a buffer zone of 9,729 hectares of land straddling at 2 municipalities in 1 city, San Isidro, Governor Generoso, and the city of Mati in the province of Davao Oriental. It provides critical habitat for a range of plant and animal species. The species at a series of different elevations are responding to highly dissimilar soil and climate conditions, such as the fragile pygmy or tropical bonsai trees crowning Mount Hamiguitan. The mountain provides sanctuary to globally threatened and endemic flora and fauna species. These include critically endangered trees, plants, and the iconic Philippine eagle. 8 newly discovered flora and fauna species are found nowhere else except in Mount Hamiguitan. Mount Hamiguitan's biodiversity has shown a significantly high level of endemicity that has led scientists to believe that there may be more globally unique species waiting to be discovered in the area. Mount Hamiguitan is a proclaimed protected area by virtue of Philippine Republic Act 9303. This sanctuary is subdivided into 2 management zones, the multiple use zones that allows for settlements and sustainable land use, and the strict protection zone that prohibits all human activities except for scientific studies, low-impact ecotourism activities, and ceremonial or religious use by a few indigenous cultural communities, as approved by the Protected Area Management Board, or PAMB. During the enactment of RA 9303 last 2004, there were 41 households recorded inside the mountain. According to local leaders today, the household number in this area decreased due to migration and opportunities offered by nearby areas outside the sanctuary, where road accessibility is improved, water supply is stable, electricity supply was installed, and public schools are available. The indigenous peoples living near the mountain range are the Mandayas, the Kalagans or Kagan, and Manobas. Most populous among them are the Mandayas, followed by the Kalagans or Kagans and the Manobas. Over the past decades, migrant settlers have migrated in the area and have been living with the indigenous peoples since then. These people have considered Mount Hamiguitan as their home and have lived in harmony with the indigenous peoples. In fact, many of the migrant settlers have intermarriages with the indigenous peoples, and their offsprings have considered themselves native of the land. Water is life, and Mount Hamiguitan is a source of water in many communities living near the sanctuary. Without Mount Hamiguitan, we will not thrive, because without water, there will be no life. This is what Alfredo Bolante Sr. keeps on telling countless individuals who have been visiting the mountain range. Alfredo is known as Tatay Pidoy in the area. He is a trained local scientist, devout mountain ranger, and most requested mountain guide. Tatay Pidoy is one of the few people living near the mountain who practiced prohibited activities before in the sanctuary to survive, but now reformed by his inherent beliefs on the sacredness of the mountain and its importance to the people surrounding it. The people living near the mountain thrive mostly on agroforestry, gathering of mountain products, rattan furniture, and arts and crafts. Due to migration brought about by factors such as encroachment of other industries and intermarriages, the indigenous people living near the area have slowly assimilated themselves with a diet, meaning foreign, or in this case, migrant settlers. And many of the indigenous way of life have been abandoned or are not being practiced anymore. Example of this are their traditional rituals. However, there are still areas in the mountain range like Cabuaya and Macambul in Mati City who are still practicing traditional rituals. In spite of the growing changes brought about by migration, intermarriages, and assimilation, the indigenous peoples in the area still thrive and assert their identities as natives of the land. Mandaya language is still widely spoken and are understood in the many parts of the area. Their worldview that the mountain do not belong to the people but the people belong to the mountain can still be seen in their daily lives. The notion that the mountain is sacred and their source of life is still respected and practiced. Testament to this is the people's struggle to conserve and protect the mountain range from encroachments of industrialization and modern life, long before its inscription to UNESCO. The government, especially the local government units of Davao Oriental and the respective areas, have understood and respected this plight and advocacy of the people. Local legislation were passed to institutionalize the conservation efforts and advocacy of the people. Livelihood programs were introduced to individuals who were once illegal poachers of mountain products. Indigenous leaders and other stakeholders are being consulted and became members of local boards and council where they are being heard and listened. Paramount to these efforts is the creation of Indigenous peoples' mandatory representatives at all levels. They sit in the local council as legislators bringing the plight of our Indigenous peoples. The provincial government of Davao Oriental led the establishment of Mount Hamigitan Natural Science Museum, located at the Special Buffer Zone in Barangay La Union, Municipality of San Isidro. This museum showcases the glimpse of what's inside the Special Protection Zone of the sanctuary. Other local government units around the mountain plan to establish the same to spur ecotourism opportunities and provide space for scientists and students to learn more and experience the mountain at its foothill. Today, more plans are underway, including the involvement of more sectors in the community around Mount Hamigitan, such as the establishment of School for Living Traditions at involved barangays in Mati City and the empowerment of women and youth sectors of San Isidro to become eco-tour guides, mountain rangers, to name a few. The inscription of the mountain in the UNESCO World Heritage Lists multiplied the conservation efforts people started way back before. It also opened doors of opportunities for livelihood and other source of income. More than that, it ushered in a new era of self-determination and self-assertion. Mount Hamigitan has been a witness to many people's way of life in Davao Oriental, and the people's responses to this sacred mountain shaped us into what we are today, a God-fearing society, advocates of cultural preservation, and stewards of environmental protection. On this note, I would like to end my presentation saying thank you for inviting me as one of your resource speakers. Have a good day and keep safe, everyone.
Thank you very much to our wonderful speakers from the Philippines. Let's now move on to our 8th topic. Topic number 8 is entitled The Sanshin Mountain Spirit Culture of Korea. And to give this presentation, we would like to invite Professor David Allen Mason, who is the Assistant Professor of Korean Cultural Tourism from South Korea. Let's now hear the presentation of Professor David Allen Mason.
Hello to the People and Mountain Relation webinar being held by the state of Sabah, Malaysia. First of all, thank you for inviting me to talk to you, and I hope this is interesting for all the participants. I'm talking about Korean Sanshin, or mountain spirits, which has been a main focus of my research for almost 40 years in the country of Korea. I am Professor David A. Mason, and this is my website. Proceeding straight to the PowerPoint presentation I have prepared for you. We'll move this over here. Okay, here we go. This is about, and here in Chinese characters as well as Korean characters in these slides, Sanshingak and its Sanshin, meaning the mountain spirit shrines and the mountain spirits that are enshrined there. And these are found in Korean villages and Buddhist temples. They used to be found in pretty much every village, and the Buddhist temples, which are rural mountain temples, not in the big cities in Korea for 500 years, due to the historical factors. But these are found virtually everywhere in Korea. There are still very many in Korea, and they still form an important part of Korean culture and even in modern life, with people's belief in their connection to the local landscape and in concerns of ecological matters, of not destroying the environment. Okay. This begins with the idea of local shrines for tutelary deities, just for spirits of local village protection. Some of these really old kind of ones can still be found around Korea, and I believe shrines like this are fairly universal around the world in traditional culture and village areas, either simply natural sites, as I showed, or this kind of simple building. Now, in Korea, within the last hundreds of years, at least, within about 400 years, they developed these paintings of the spirit of the mountain, something that they could express their relationship. This happens to be the oldest that survives in South Korea. It's enshrined in an old shamanic shrine right here in Seoul City. There are many of these antiques still available that are from before the Korean War, some of them from before 1900, expressing the character, personality of the spirit of the mountain. They always include a Korean pine tree behind the king of the mountain, and also a tiger, in this case a Siberian white tiger, unusual, and usually have some kind of servant with various symbolic elements attached to it. These are furthermore antiques, lovely ones, of the spirit of the mountains. Each mountain has their own individual specific spirit, although they can also be regarded as somewhat universal for the nation, which is 75% mountains on all the Korean peninsula. These antiques are often full of a bit of humor, such as the big fat house cat looking tiger with leopard spots on it and glazed eyes. These are other antiques. These two are both held by the National Museum collection. A little humor again, as the mountain god is sitting on the tiger with his foot, and the tiger looks very annoyed in the face. In this one, the tiger has a rather funny face, showing how beloved they are by the Koreans traditionally, and a lot of magical herbs, mushrooms of immortality held on his dragon head staff. This is a great old one with a fully leopard spotted, in fact, it may be intended to be a leopard instead of a tiger, and a rather worried looking mountain king with a deer antler in his hand, and 4 different servants offering symbols of natural fertility, fecundity, and good fortune. Other antiques show the variety, all these I have photographed more than 2,000 of these paintings all over South Korea, and the variety they show is just incredible. No two are ever exactly the same, and different artists do them in quite different ways. That's what keeps this subject interesting all these years. This is one of my very favorites, with the twisted dragon head staff, leopard, spotted tiger, and magnificent looking mountain god in himself. This is at one of the nation's greatest Buddhist temples, deep in the mountains in a national park. This is an old antique that shows many Buddhist motifs here, including the way he's sitting and the open robe with the belly and bald head, such, and Buddhist sutras on this, and even a guardian figure with a sword, very rare, just showing the possible religious variations for this figure. I would like to emphasize that these mountain spirits are not disappearing. They're not dying away in Korea, as originally thought. With the modernization of the 1960s, 70s, 80s, such things seemed to be going away, and many village shrines were destroyed, but then later rebuilt. And by the 1990s to the 2000s, it could be vividly seen that this kind of culture for the Korean people was coming back, reviving, and remaining very strong, with many new artworks being created and a lot of money spent on building new shrines for the mountain spirits. This is a great example of the new ones coming up. Spectacular, very large. This is like 3 meters wide and 2 meters across, with a couple dozen different symbols. Everything in here means something, has some particular meaning. The basic elements of the Mountain King, the pine tree, the tiger, the servants are still there, but with a great variety and modern perspective. Really quite amazing. These are very expensive paintings to create and enshrine, but they continue. This one right here from about the year 2000, they continue to be installed. This is another one right from Seoul, very fancy with many elements. This is another on Kangwa Island near Seoul with 2 tigers and rather dramatic background. Again, the variety. This one shows a Buddhist bodhisattva riding on a tiger, a female tiger, coming to visit with a male, the mountain lord with a male tiger here. And this is from the dream of a Buddhist monk who dreamed this event happening and then commissioned the artist to create this artwork to show that. This is the largest, maybe, Sanshin statue in the nation, and it's in Incheon City, not far from the international airport, at a mountain, but not really where you'd expect it. A very large Sanshin shrine with other artworks inside and many small bronze statues, but a gigantic outdoor statue of the Mountain Lord. This is another one that shows the dream of a Buddhist monk. Here, where the monk is showed in a kind of a childish form, or riding a giant tiger to come visit the Sanshin. The tiger is companion, alter ego, and enforcer for the Sanshin, and in this case he transports the monk to come visit the Mountain King for a conversation, and that dream is recorded. This one is a modern icon made of silver paint, silver particle paint, and installed on Jeju Island. Very fancy, very detailed, a very expensive modern artwork, and people spending money on this shows that it's not going away. A rare modern one, a rare because Sanshin is standing and not sitting. This is from Seoul. This one again from Jeju Island, and there's no tiger in it. Very rare. very rare thing. And the trees are ancient trees. This is on Hala Mountain with a famous pond at the peak of its volcano crater. One of the very few volcanoes that Korea has. And this is known as the White Deer Pond, and a barking white deer is here instead of the tiger. It's a rare, actually unique case. Also, female mountain spirits are resurging. As antiques, they're mostly only all painted as men due to Korea's severe patriarchy, but with the rise of Korean women, mountains that are regarded as having a female spirit, which is almost half the mountains of Korea, are now being depicted in artworks like this with a queen figure instead. This, in fact, is the highest peak within South Korea on the mainland, the Heavenly King Peak of the Exquisite Wisdom Mountains National Park, 1,915 meters high, and its spirit is assumed to be female, a kind of matriarch of the nation. And at the foot of this peak is now enshrined a statue that is thought to be very old, 1,000 years or more, which was recovered from ruins in the forest and enshrined newly in this configuration. And nearby it, the government built this modern image of the female mountain spirit that is very large and proclaimed officially by the local government. This is a painting of that female spirit with a giant sacred holy white tiger and a servant, but then with 8 sons. 8 men here who are mountain spirits of the 8 provinces of Korea. This painting proclaims that she is the matriarch of the nation, and her sons form the 8 provinces of Korea with their mountains. I would like to emphasize to you that these Sanshin mountain spirits that I am showing are symbols of the relationship between human beings and their mountain. It's the relationship between people in the mountain, which in older times, traditional times, more than today, they did not have so much abstract philosophical thinking by the villagers and such. They felt a strong relationship with their mountain, both that they had to protect the mountain and that mountain was lord over them and providing them with many benefits and occasionally disasters. And to symbolize that entire relationship between the human villagers and the mountain itself, they developed these Sanshin mountain spirits over the period of thousands of years and continuing to evolve. This is a mountain spirit festival at one of the great mountains, one of the great, very holy, sacred peaks of Korea called Gyeongsan, the Rooster Dragon Mountain, and these are Korean native shamans performing dramatic rituals in honor of the mountain spirit in a whole 2 or 3 day festival every year at this mountain. Again, this mountain is now conceived as a female spirit and now depicted that way in paintings, and this is a Korean shaman with other mountain-related spirits behind. This is all very fascinating to see what's happening in Korea. Nearby that, and a part of this festival, is a Buddhist temple with a Buddhist shrine. Buddhist monks here called the Chungakdan, the central peak altar, worshipping the same mountain at this festival and having big ceremonies, shamanically Buddhist ceremonies and Neo-Confucian ceremonies. 3 different major religions celebrating the mountain spirit. Inside that shrine is the mountain spirit painting, an old one from the Joseon dynasty times, and this shows a little humor too of the tiger glaring upward at the nagging magpie bird, an old theme of Korean folklore expressing some of the dynamics of nature and also human society. Down south, again at the Exquisite Wisdom Mountain at a different part, the Jirisan, it's called, there is this large dramatic mountain spirit festival being held in Neo-Confucian style with dancers and an orchestra and Neo-Confucian gentlemen of the local area and a big crowd here and such performing in a Confucian style, veneration of the mountain spirit. on behalf of the entire nation, as well as the good fortune of this local area. This is at a different mountain, Chiaksan. This is the mayor of the city at the foot of that mountain, Wonju City, performing the Neo-Confucian rites for the mountain spirit for the benefit of his area. This is right in Seoul City, in the middle, a mountain spirit gathering at one of the main shaman shrines of the nation, the one where that first antique painting is inside here, and they have built an outdoor altar gather with various shamans to publicly together venerate the mountain spirit in this place. This is right close to downtown Seoul, the hyper-modern 21st century rich nation Korea. This sort of thing is happening annually and otherwise regularly. Even in North Korea, this is an example. Now, North Korea has no religions. Officially, they claim, but not really. They don't permit any actual religious activity, but this is at rebuilding an old Buddhist temple that was destroyed in the Korean War, and they're reconstructing it, and at the beginning, they hold a mountain spirit ceremony. They permitted South Koreans to come up and conduct this mountain spirit ceremony at the old stone pagoda as they begin reconstructing this temple. So even though North Korea is against any kind of religions that would challenge its dictatorship, they permit this kind of very traditional activity of the mountain spirits. This is an actual painting of a mountain spirit from North Korea, newly painted and sold to a mountain hiking friend of mine. Okay, these are the shrines, the Sanshin shrines, in which this kind of painting are enshrined throughout Korea in the deep mountains. These started as just stone altars like this. This is one of the few that are remaining. With simply this stone here is here. It simply says Mountain King, stone of the rock of the Mountain King. And people used to worship there. There are these human-shaped, king-shaped, eroded volcanic rock right near downtown Seoul, near that previous shrine. There's over the tiger next to it. And this is it from a distance. Quite interesting. And with above a kind of mountain king in natural stone, right in Seoul. Quite amazing. His tiger nearby, a crouching tiger with a magpie bird on his back. And this is all very close. This is from the same rock, shooting a monk meditating, shot by my good friend Martin Gray, over the Korea's presidential Blue House. This is where the president of Korea lives and works, and all this shamanic mountain area is this close to where it is. Fascinating. This kind of ultra, very basic, very simple. This is really just for a village, a farming village, keeping it this much simple, not spending much money. Inside of it, a rather simple but evocative painting of the mountain spirit remains. So this kind of shrine is all over Korea. And still remaining, still flourishing, being reconstructed like this, nicely painting. They are all around. Now, I would like to tell more stories, but I really can't because running out of time. I would direct you to my website, sanshin.org, for more information and very much more information and the book I wrote about the mountain spirits and other aspects of Korean culture. Very much more. This website is more than 1,000 pages on the internet of just about these mountain spirits of Korea and connected topics. I'd like to thank you very much for listening to me, and I hope to engage all of you in dialogue about these topics in the future.
Such an amazing, detailed, and interesting, but very, very related to our topic this morning around sacred spaces, spirituality, connections of humans and peoples to their mountains. Once again, thank you very much, Professor David Allen Mason, Assistant Professor of Korean Cultural Tourism from South Korea. I can understand with this amount of outpouring knowledge, 20 minutes or 25 minutes on a panel like this is not sufficient. And I think it is going to be very interesting on how the stakeholders that have come together in our webinar today can forge a way to meet each other and visit each other's countries after this pandemic season, which allows us to do international travel. You are with us on our second session with the international speakers for the webinar, People and the Mountain Relation. We still have much time to this session number 2. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like, if possible, for you all, viewers, to accept that there are some technical difficulties from playback of our videos and file shares. And for this reason, we would like to bring back Mr. Julius Relly Panner and his presentation entitled Mount Apo, the Sacred Mountain. The video was successfully retrieved, and we have now the full version of his presentation. So how about, before we go to the question and answer session, let's bring back Mr. Julius Relly Panner and his recorded message and presentation.
Good day. Warm greetings coming here from the Republic of the Philippines. I am Julius Panner, and I would like to share to you several information about our sacred mountain here in Mindanao. We call it Mount Apo. The Mount Apo Natural Park has a total land area of about 64,000 hectares and is located in south-central Mindanao, spanning the provinces of North Cotabato in Region 12 and Davao del Sur and Davao City in Region 11. With a height of 10,311 feet above sea level, it is the highest mountain in the country and one of the most popular nature-based tourist attractions in the Philippines. Mount Apo was declared a protected area under the Republic Act No. 9237, otherwise known as the Mount Apo Act of 2003. Mount Apo has great economic significance in the two regions, providing various ecosystem services such as water for domestic use and irrigation, and a source of renewable energy. It is included in the United Nations list of national parks and equivalent reserves and acknowledged as an ASEAN heritage site. A key biodiversity area, it is home to over 272 bird species and 111 of which are actually endemic in the Philippines. Mount Apo also houses one of the world's largest eagles, the critically endangered Philippine eagle. The entire portion of Mount Apo Natural Park is a dwelling place of 3 indigenous cultural communities, namely the Bagobo Klata, the Manobo, and the Bagobo Tagabawa. They consider Mount Apo a sacred mountain and the burial ground of their Apo Sandawa, their great forefather. The unique culture of the Bagobo, which can be seen mostly in Davao region, is what makes Mount Apo significant, because over the years the tribe has existed and survived, and their struggles, challenges, and victories have been fought with Mount Apo as the host venue. Hence, this mountain is special to the indigenous peoples. In terms of the preservation of the culture of the community living around Mount Apo, the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Acts through the Republic Act 8371 is the major mechanism of the Philippine government to preserve the culture of the people within the mountains. This is being strengthened by creating the National Commission for Indigenous Peoples as a responsible office implementing the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act. Second is that there is already an indigenous political structure being formed in the local level wherein the indigenous peoples are empowered to do their own programs and projects. Third is that the indigenous peoples are already represented in the local legislation through the indigenous peoples mandatory representative sitting there with the rest of the legislators in the local area. Fourth, there is an existing ancestral domain sustainable and development and protection plan of the tribe in Mount Apo and somehow this is a very important document that is being laid down, no? And the programs, projects, and activities are being integrated into the plan that somehow is instrumental in empowering them and sustainably managing their ancestral domain. There is also a strong support coming from another office in the national government. We call it National Commission for Culture and the Arts, through its School of Living Tradition. This is a mechanism wherein the tribal masters or the cultural masters in the area will teach, will transfer the technology, local technology, skills, and knowledge to the younger generations, so that the tradition and culture of the IPs will be carried over and will not die. And lastly, one of the good things that we have considered for preservation of culture of the Bagobo Tagabawa here in Mount Apo is community-based ecotourism. We have been very successful in implementing this kind of program because the community itself is the one doing the tourism activity, not the local government, not the national agencies, not the private sector. In terms of challenges, there are a lot actually. As we go along the way being a cultural worker, I have observed a lot of challenges, a lot of issues and concerns, but I have listed down 4 major issues or challenges that somehow is very obvious in Mount Apo and its community. One is the continuous owning of lands, in the ancestral domain by the non-indigenous peoples. There is this rampant selling of their ancestral land, which somehow is not good because the IPs will be seeking another area for their children, for their grandchildren. Second issue or challenge is that the new generation of indigenous peoples are no longer valuing the culture. They are being exposed to study in the lowlands, and then when they came back to the mountains, they are no longer appreciative of their own culture. Third is there is an overlapping of laws governing Mount Apo. One is the Protected Area Law. Second is the Mount Apo Law. Third is the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act. And fourth is the Local Government Code. These are 4 major laws that somehow gain different interpretation and misconceptions, which I think is not good. And the last issue or challenge that is very evident also as I go on with visiting the place is the continuous loss, although gradual loss of biodiversity. So what will be the short-term plan of the government and all stakeholders to address these challenges? One is to really review and revisit and in a way amend the method of giving temporal instrument to the non-indigenous peoples who want to own a land or a piece of land within an ancestral domain. Somehow this document or this instrument is being abused by capitalists, and we cannot afford to just continue this kind of practice. Otherwise, our ancestral domain will vanish, will no longer be inhabited by our indigenous peoples if we continue this practice. Second is we will have to institutionalize our school of living tradition. This is one of the very good practices that we have employed through the years, and we cannot afford to just be dependent on the appropriations of the budget given to us by the National Commission for Culture and Arts. So there is a need that the local government should also institutionalize the SLT so that it will be consistent and it will be sustained at the same time. And at the same time, we need to strengthen our SLT network by tapping potential partners like non-government organizations and the private sector. There are a lot of companies or multinational companies erecting their businesses in the perimeter of the ancestral domain, and it can be a good source of appropriation, considering that there is this so-called corporate social responsibility of these companies, which can be a good source also of funds. Next is we need to harmonize the existing laws governing the Mount Apo Natural Park. The last thing that I'd like to suggest, or maybe good thing to be undertaken in 2 to 3 years time, is to really have to implement, to empower them to really implement their ancestral domain, sustainable development and protection plan. All projects, all activities, and all programs are already being laid out here. What we need to do now is to just implement, to provide them or guide them so that they can go to appropriate government agencies which they can access funds for their projects and programs. I think that's all for the presentation. I hope that you have gained some information or lessons out of that, and I am very happy that you have invited me to be part of this very nice forum, and I will be entertaining questions later on if you have. And at this point, I would like to give thanks and gratitude to all of you for listening to me. Once again, thank you so much. God bless us all. Good day.
Thank you for your presentation, and it's good to retrieve your video presentation and bring you back. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, to all our viewers watching in live, I'm sure there are so many questions that you are thinking about, especially with so much information being shared. From one angle, you've heard about regulations, policies for development, local enforcement. You've heard also about recognition through laws, from constitution to protocols. We have also heard about the elements on a different domain, a non-human domain, which I mean the spiritual domain. We've also heard about what happens to the ancestral lands or challenges upon the people, indigenous peoples, that are still unrecognized in some parts of Asia. And right now, let us bring all our 5 international speakers for the question and answer session. And I am sure there are some interesting comments and questions from our viewers for each one of you. But of course, let me acknowledge the presence of all the presenters at this time. The first time that we can have all 5 of you together on the panel. So let me acknowledge once again Sir Miguelito, Ibu Lita, Professor Mason, Sir Julius, and Dr. Paul Porodong. Dr. Paul, if you can turn on your video. Okay, so let me refer back to the studio and our switcher controls that have been following the live conversations on Facebook Live. Now we have socialized our links to various pages. We will find out how many shares there are, but we are broadcasting through 2 official social media channels. YouTube belonging to Sabah Government Official, and second one is from Lembaga Kebudayaan Sabah. We are going to draw questions from these 2 main social media broadcast platform. All right, so I see here comes the questions for our panelists and for us to discuss at the international level. We have a comfortable 50 minutes time to have a deliberation, contextualization, or having a cross building of ideas and calling for collaboration, if that's okay with you. All right, so we saw an early question from Keith Ian Smith. We have someone. Yes. Okay, let's now begin with Keith Ian Smith. This question is for Dr. Paul. In general, Sabahans are not seen to associate or identify themselves to the Kinabalu mountain in a deep spiritual or cultural way, at least not for the younger generation that I observe. Why do you think this is? Introduction of religions washed these off as superstition? So I think there is some connection to one of our presenter. But let's bring Dr. Paul to answer this question. Dr. Paul Porodong. Dr. Paul? Okay. We'll bring back this question a while later. Here comes a question from Lisa Amber Rose. How does your country acknowledge masters of traditional knowledge or spiritual knowledge at the government level? If there are requirements to do so, why? And secondly, do you have native customary laws? So this is a question for all panelists. So perhaps we should begin in the manner of ladies first. So how about I invite Madame Lita to kick off with the series of answer to this question.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Atama, and thank you for the question. I will try to answer it. So, how does your country recognize or acknowledge master of traditional knowledge? I think I have already mentioned in my presentation that we have our own law about how to we preserve. I mean, like how to protect and how utilize empowerment all the traditional knowledge that we try to I mean like to preserve it, to protection it. So we especially for the spiritual knowledge that we have our own, exactly our own directorate who take care about that. So we already we have some, based on our data, it's like 170 belief that we try to protect, or we try to make it as a national character of our country of Indonesia. So that's why in governmental level, I think we do our best exactly during based on our laws to protect them. And do we have any native customary law? As I said before, that we have local regulation that based on the needs or the wants of the local community, that we try to fulfill their needs. Therefore, they can do, I mean, like they can live with their own wisdom, with their own knowledge, and we believe that what they have, it's become it's will enrich our national culture. Thank you.
Recognizing masters of traditional knowledge. But before that, I have a personal experience visiting the National Museum in Manila, and there was a exhibition promoting masters of traditional knowledge from indigenous peoples, including spiritual knowledge. How about we hear it from you and your provincial or your local government? How is it? Let's bring back the question in terms of recognition of your masters. Can we bring back the question, please? Okay, so who should start? Maybe I'll invite Miguelito, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Atama, and I would like to say hi to all our esteemed viewers on Facebook and YouTube. To answer the question, actually, the national government of the Philippines has a recognition program for cultural masters and bearers of culture. It's called, if I'm not mistaken, Gawad Manlilikha ng Lahi, or the creators or makers of culture. This is a recognition given to cultural masters and those who have been promoting and doing traditional culture, indigenous knowledge, for example, weaving. No? I think it's one of the program of the national government where they give recognition. It's a yearly program component, I think, of the National Commission for Culture and the Arts, and of course, to include the Cultural Center of the Philippines. No? In my province, there we also recognize cultural masters through our own way of recognizing them. Number one, we did a festival for our cultural masters. We bring them over to our city, and we recognize them by it's like a Gawad Manili ka ng Lahi awarding, but it's on our provincial level. Tama?
Thank you very much, sir. Let's invite now Sir Julius. How does it work in your province or at your arena of expertise?
Thank you, Ma'am Lisa. Thank you for that very nice question. But again, just like what Miguelito has said earlier, the national government is initiating a recognition to cultural masters who are doing well, no, and have been contributing a lot in terms of cultural preservation. And we call it also at the same time a National Artist Award, like that one. And we have one here in Davao del Sur. But in our area, in the local government unit, there has been no mechanism yet as to recognize and giving them benefits whatsoever. What we do is, as again, based on my presentation, pre-recorded presentation, one of the most successful programs of the government, government and national government agency and the local is the School of Living Tradition. No? There is a fund coming from the national government and another logistic supports, manpower supports being given by the local government. But in terms of inventory of identifying local masters who will teach the younger generation, we leave it all to them, to the indigenous political structure, because they know who are the masters and who are the one who can do rituals, spiritual activities whatsoever. In this way, by that mere mechanism or by that mere method, we are already trying to recognize the indigenous political structure. We are trying to recognize the spiritual teachers, the masters in their own way. We do not interfere in terms of selection of a cultural master who will be doing the School of Living Tradition. I think that's one of the very few activities or recognition or recognition and what we call this one, recognition, and just to give due appreciation to cultural masters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julius and Sir Miguelito. The Philippines perspective and your government and your local authorities approach to this. I think I want to come in here and bring an element of cultural. What is this word? I'm sorry. Whereby the young people may lose these cultural traditional knowledge practices and even on spiritual local spirituality, because there is a disconnect, or let's just call it a digital divide between two age groups. And I think this is very prevalent all over the world. But how about we try to ask the same question to our researchers or most expert academic panels with professor and doctor and see what they think about this question and what are their perspectives. Why don't we bring on a Professor Mason and Dr. Paul Porodong to give your perspective about this question asked by Lisa, and then after that we'll bring on the question for Dr. Paul Porodong since he is already on. So the both of you gentlemen, experts, masters can be attained in many different ways, right? The both of you are professors. You have had your master degree and then you become a doctor degree. But let's expound more. How how is acceptance of masters of traditional knowledge and spiritual knowledge at the government or at the educational arena, where you are experts? Is there a requirement to do so? And tell us through your perspectives. Let's begin with Professor Mason from Korea. Over to you.
Yes, thank you. All right, you hear me okay? In Korea, we don't have any like native indigenous cultural support laws, because there's actually only one ethnic group in Korea, really, and that's the Koreans. There are no indigenous people remaining from before them. There is the Jeju Island down south, the largest island of Korea, which does have a different indigenous culture, but they've been part of Korea for 800 years, so the culture is not very different anymore, and they do have autonomy, legal, political, and cultural autonomy in the modern era to display their own native culture as they wish. Now, for the masters of traditional Korean culture, from the culture before 1900, I would say Korea has a very advanced, progressive program and pretty well funded for what they call human national treasures, or human intangible cultural asset holders, for everything from certain kinds of song, singing, or dance, to certain kind of clothing making or jewelry accessory making, to traditional carpentry, building the old style wooden houses and making the old tile roofs or straw roofs, things like that. Traditional clothing creation, I mentioned that. Traditional foods, certain kinds of traditional foods. Now, the songs and dances include some of the shamans, the shamanism, which is kind of an unofficial native culture in Korea, still very widespread, as I mentioned in my presentation. It's interesting, they pick and choose some things, though. The top leaders, like at the Ministry of Culture and Tourism, they do not include any traditional master of mountain worship, the mountain worship ceremonies, or the paintings that I showed you, the very strong tradition of mountain spirit paintings, statues. There are no designated masters of that get government financing in a program. They discriminate, let's say, in favor of some kinds of tradition that they consider more acceptable to modern society. There are certain things like the sacred mountains and mountain worship traditions that I study that most notably they do not officially include as part of Korean culture, do not designate any human cultural treasure person to perpetuate those things. They would prefer to let that die out. Some of these they consider superstitious and even shameful, like, well, we don't want foreigners to see that aspect of our culture. And I say, well, it's really widespread. You have 10,000 mountain spirit shrines all over South Korea, 10,000 of them. And they're really colorful and really interesting. And the practices there are very traditional and innately Korean, uniquely Korean. But so they say, oh, that would be shameful to let foreigners see that. We will not designate anything like that as officially part of our tourism or our cultural heritage preservation system. So that has had me upset for more than 30 years. I keep struggling about it, but I don't think they're going to change much. There are Christians in the Korean government. Christians are kind of dominant in the Korean government, which is the only country in Asia besides the Philippines that is true. South Korea and the Philippines, the only one. And the Christians in our government tend to be hardline Protestants that will not accept shamanism and native mountain culture. They're the ones who keep blocking that. So there's our situation. For the kind of intangible cultural treasures that Korea does designate, certain 100 or more masters, they are well financed pretty much. They get monthly money, and they get money to designate disciples. As they get old and die, these masters can choose a new master. Out of their 2 or 3 disciples, they can choose one who will become the new master of a middle-aged person and continue the tradition. So that's working pretty well, and it's in concert with UNESCO World Cultural Heritage System.
Thank you very much for your response or your position coming from your arena of expertise. Let's bring on Dr. Paul Porodong. The question from Lisa is regarding master. So as a qualified academician and a cultural anthropologist, how do we look at masters of traditional knowledge or spiritual knowledge to be recognized by a government level? Is there a requirement to do so, and why, if there is such a thing? Dr. Paul? Can you please unmute yourself, sir?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you for the question. This is very interesting. When we talk about master of tradition, there are many aspects, many departments when it comes to tradition. And in Sabah particularly, we have at least in the master of tradition in terms of native law. Now, this is a very important for Sabahan, because this is one aspect of traditional knowledge that's actually well recognized through the native code system. And we foresee that this system will continue in the future. So the traditional knowledge, especially the native law practitioner, will find that they will be continuously recognized for maybe at least 50 or 100 years coming. But other aspect of traditional knowledge may not so fortunate. I foresee that our oral tradition will disappear. A lot of our language in a 6B category. If you're familiar with the linguistic extinction, we are 6B category, endangered category, where a lot of senior the speaker is confined to the senior people, and the children, there is a tendency that they are no longer able to speak it fluently. So in the 6B category. Now, when you have a problem with your language, a large section of tradition will disappear, because then you have problem to teach the young people when come to the language and tradition as well. But good thing with Sabah is we also promote traditional the tradition as a tourism product. So unlike Korean, we are quite proud with our past tradition. So I foresee some hope there, that besides native law, there's some form of our cultural heritage will be remain. And the only thing is there is no official way of recognizing this master. So everything is come and official. People are known for their traditional knowledge because they learned it from somewhere, but it is not officially taught in class. A good example will be the native law. We still don't have a functional schools or institution who teach the native law systematically. So I believe we are moving towards that, but we hope that it's not too late. So yeah, I think that's my response to that.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Paul, for the Sabah perspective. I think that question from Lisa has, in a way, brought us to some level of recognition between our neighboring countries and between practices of Korea, as Professor Mason mentioned earlier on. This is very interesting. Various perspectives, there are already recognition of laws, but there are mechanisms that needs to be looked into in terms of context of language, in the context of a national dominant faith, in the context of the endangered ancestral lands that would displace our communities who have that relationship with the mountain. I think this would call us experts to try to find a way on how we can position through our local government, our agencies, on how at country level we are going to bring this about in our work and collaborations with UNESCO, noting that just in a few weeks' time, it's going to be the big question of climate and the climate crisis. I'm going to pause from that first question and bring us to the next question. Can we see the next question, please? Okay, here's a question coming from the administrators of Lembaga Kebudayaan Negeri Sabah to any panelist. Most national parks, heritage sites charge visitors some conservation fees. Some countries collect tourism fees. Generally, it is used to cover utility maintenance, improvement, research, and protection activities. Does this fee in any way go back to the community to protect their culture and their connection to the sites or mountain? Should industry operators benefiting from the site also contribute to community and cultural conservation? What are the practices in your country? I think there are two elements to this. In tourism, there are tourism players, and of course, they are known as industry. And then there are the rights holders, which are the people, and then the government, which is the administrators of any policy laws and protocols. Let's invite first Dr. Paul Porodong. Oh, I see. Professor Mason has his hands up. So why don't we give it to him, since he's very fast to raise his hands. And then we'll go to Dr. Paul from Sabah, and then to Indonesia, and then to the Philippines. But let's kick off with Professor Mason. Can we bring back the questions on screen, please? Thank you.
All right. I would just say quickly, a quick answer. Korea's maybe different from the other countries we're looking at as far as being a fairly wealthier country. There is national park entrance fees and provincial parks and such, but usually a maximum of only, I think the highest one is $5 per person. And, they're more typically 2 or 3. And the money just goes to the national park system for maintenance of the nature really within the national park, the natural aspects of the park rangers themselves, and the national park system and provincial parks are otherwise funded by the national government anyway. So no money goes back to the local community. There is no support of indigenous culture from that money. Around the big mountains that are most of Korea's national parks and provincial parks, the local communities, whether cities or counties or towns, are pretty much expected to finance their own cultural activities in that area, and they do. Korea's a prosperous enough country that they can do that. So no issue at all, really.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Your presentation
Yeah, can't hear you.
Festivals on their own. So it seems that there is a ownership of the relationship between them and the mountain. So this is actually a good practice. It is perhaps can be seen as a solidarity economy reinforcement or some sort of a word. Thank you, Professor Mason. Okay, now to Sabah, then Indonesia. Let's bring on Paul Porodong. Doctor.
Hi, thank you for the question. Thank you for the question. This is interesting because actually we are try to promote this. We have conservation fees when come to parks in Sabah. So if you enter a parks, any parks in Sabah, you have to pay a certain amount of a very small amount of conservation fees. Now we see that in Sabah there is no conservation fee for culture, and yet we are talking about preserving or conserving the local culture because this is our tourism asset. This is our product. So if that is your asset, that is your product, and you ought to pay for it, or you have to manage it or conserve it. So this is a new thing, and I hope to listen as well from experience from Indonesia, from our friend in Philippines. If you have such a law, and maybe you can share it. I'm equally intrigued to listen to your response. Thank you, Otama.
Let's hear from Ibu Lita, and let's bring back the question.
Okay, thank you. In Indonesia, that we call it like this is what we call with a cultural ecosystem. I think there's many people who come to the heritage site, people who living in there, government, industrial site. So therefore, in our regulation, in our law, exactly, our objective is to bring the economic welfare as well for the people who living there. So therefore, because they have an economically good, so they're practicing in culture also. There may be there will be easy to do the practical for their culture. Therefore, also we believe that the society is the owner of the culture. So therefore, between industrial and the fee that we get from the site, usually we get back to the people itself, and also for the maintenance. They're kind of type exactly. For example, we have Borobudur Temple. So there is two kind of organization who manage it, from industrial or from the private sector, and also governmental sector. So we try to elaborate both of them to make to preserve the Borobudur and also the people who living in that area. Also, we try to encourage the people who living under the or living in the heritage site, to bring up their economic creative style, from their craft, from their clothes, we call it in Indonesia, we have like sarung, we have like songket, so many things that we try to from the fee itself, we try to make them also to preserve their own culture, so they can practice their culture itself in the heritage site or in the mountain. Maybe that's all. Thank you.
Thank you from Indonesia's experience, and over to you, sirs. There are two sirs, sir, from the Philippines.
Okay. Me first, Mix. Okay lang. When you do tourism activity here in Mount Apo, the very first entity that you have to really secure a permission is from the indigenous peoples, because it's the ancestral domain. They have to really demand the share of money. So if regarding the question, if is there a portion of tourism fees that will go back to the community for cultural preservation, it's a big yes. There is. In Mount Apo, one of the most popular product is trekking going to the summit. And if you want to enjoy the experience, you have to pay a tourism fee of $50. In our agreement with the indigenous peoples and the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, of the 50 pesos, 7 pesos will go to the indigenous peoples, meaning they have 35% of the entire fees will go to them. And that money will be utilized to support their cultural festivals, scholarship program, all other activities that is being undertaken by the indigenous peoples. And regarding the establishments, business establishments that has to erect a business within the ancestral domain, they also have this mechanism to secure a certificate of recondition through the process of a free, prior, and informed consent. Again, it will be the indigenous peoples who will dictate whether or not they will be allowed to do business activity within the ancestral domain. And with that, there is a certain portion of the fees, again, by the business sector that will go to the Indigenous People Association for purposes of cultural preservation. That's all.
Over to our next, Sir Miguelito.
Yes, this is just in addition to what Julius has said. But before anything else, I'd like to acknowledge some friends who are bidding us goodwill on Facebook. Mr. Abraham Ambo Garcia Jr., sir, thank you for being with us this afternoon, and many of our friends watching. To answer the question, Atama, our moderator, it's a yes answer. We have a national law. It's called the NIPAS law, or the National Integrated Protected Area System law. In it, this law governs all protected areas in the Philippines, and Mount Apo and Mount Hamiguitan are protected areas. A part of this law is the Integrated Protected Area Fund. These are funds that has been accumulated from conservation fees, users fee, and any other fees that you are included when you visit a protected area. And a portion of this fund goes to the indigenous peoples because the indigenous peoples are also members of the Protected Area Management Board. So of the 100%, 75% goes back to the protected area, 25% goes to the national government, and a percentage of the 75% goes to the indigenous peoples, where they can use it for management of ancestral domains and any other projects that they would like to do. For example, social entrepreneurship and livelihood programs and other things. In my province, we have this so-called user's fee, where a certain tourists or a visitor visits our tourism site. In this case, Mount Hamiguitan, they have to pay a certain amount, where it has been apportioned also that the barangay goes a lot of portion of the user's fee. And right now we are looking at from the barangay allocation, that the indigenous peoples in that barangay should also have a portion of that income. Atama?
Thank you so much. Your government and your country's position with regards to this question is almost at a variant. There are elements of fund sharing where there are equity with the stakeholders, guardians of the sacred mountain. And in Indonesia, Ibu Lita was also mentioned that the care for Borobudur, if we can bring in Ibu Lita and the rest of our panelists, there is a practice of a partnership between private sector and government agency in the practice of Indonesia. Meanwhile, in Sabah, there are still learning curves required to address different types or specifically the cultural conservation question in related to parks. And of course, Professor Mason had mentioned glaringly that there may not be those elements at all, but there is another aspect to that. Shall we go to the next question? And we follow the same routine from one to the other to answer the question. Okay. The earlier question for Dr. Paul was, in general, Sabahans are not seen to associate or identify themselves with the Kinabalu mountain in a deep spiritual and cultural way. It's not for the younger generation that I observe. Why do you think that is? Introduction of religion washed these off as a superstition? Dr. Paul?
Yeah, thank you again for the question. I'm slightly disagree with the question. Actually, we did identify ourselves with the mountain. We put the mountain in our flags, and I noticed that even some political parties using the mountain as the part of their identity. But yeah, to some extent, I disagree with that. But yes, maybe to directly identify like those the Maoris in New Zealand, maybe we don't have that kind of identification or relation with the mountain. It's part of our identity, but we do identify ourselves with the mountain. If you maybe subconsciously, because you see Sabah, you see the mountain, and you know that you are part, or you belong, or you are living within this mountain. But yes, there is some issues with the continuity of how we should observe the significance of the mountain in among the younger generation. You are not too I'm kind of agree that religion play a lot of roles here, because of this relation with animism and so on. But I think deep inside the Sabahan psyche, especially the Kadazandusun, the Momogun, or the Rungus, we still somehow feel that the mountain is part of our worldview. Among the not so old people in my own community, they still have at least some knowledge that, okay, part of myself will be returning to the mountain. And the evidence of that is we are having this ceremony after a passing of a person. So because we want to relieve that, or the belief, we want to relieve the belief that this person will leaving us, and part of that this person will be living in the mountain, Mount Kinabalu. So the practice is still there, but maybe with some elements of new religion, Christian in particular. But I see there's still an attempt to make that connection between indigenous and Mount Kinabalu. But I do agree, in the long term, in the long run, we may don't see this relationship anymore.
Mm-hmm. Well, Dr. Paul, and especially to all our viewers, let me bring in our panelists once again. I'd like to have a short continuity to this question. We still have about 15 minutes time for the Q&A. Let's bring on our panelists. In relation to this question, can we bring back the question? All right. In general, Sabahans are not seen to associate or identify themselves in that way. Now let's make it in general. All our countries, our peoples are no longer keen to identify themselves with this culture, spiritual traditions, but there is another larger global setting which can be seen as some form of threat to crisis. Let's just bring in climate crisis, climate change. This has created different dimensions of conversations and policy making, where at the United Nations level, the stakeholders come in and talk about these things. For example, indigenous peoples make it a point that at the climate conference or the UN conferences, that they have a very strong connection with nature, their spirituality, but there are other voices that say we are not heading towards that. So let's frame our conversation around this in the global challenge. Can we invite Lita Rahmiati? And your view, is there such a thinking like this among younger generations of Indonesians that oh, nggak payah lagi kita ikut-ikutan cara masyarakat adat Bali gitu, atau we can forego, we don't want to continue appreciating the Dayak culture. The person will be young, 18 years old, and because of interconnected, not disconnected, maybe he has a different worldview. What can you say about this, Ibu Lita, in your country?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Atama. I cannot hear clearly, but I think I can just summarize what you already said. That young people in Indonesia, I think it's become a big homework for Indonesian government as well, about the young people maybe more interested in K-pop, in I mean, like in a Western style than to our own culture. But in our opinion, in my opinion now, as a government official right now, we try to do something for the young people to more recognize about their own culture, and we try through the schools activity, through the I mean, like nowadays, like from influencer to more promote about, to more recognize about their own culture. So maybe this become, and we are still trying to make young people more aware about their own culture, especially about the traditional song, traditional dance. It's not easy exactly, but what we are trying to do now is to build our national character based on our local wisdom, and through influencer or through promoting the local I mean, like the local culture for the young people, and we have to compete exactly with the Western or the K-pop or the J-pop culture nowadays. Maybe that's it. Thank you, Mr. Atama.
Much for sharing. I think the phenomena of K-pop is a regional success, but then again, it does affect the traditional cultural elements and understanding through the upbringing of our young people. Why don't we ask the Philippines? Let's bring our two guests from the island of Mindanao to try to give your point of view and your challenges in your municipality, in your work, from your government perspective on this issue. Let's start with Miguelito first.
Okay, I would just like to make 2 points for this, Atama, for your question. How do we? First, we have to strengthen the cultural awareness of our young generations. We have to keep in mind that culture is ever changing. It's an evolution. No? The indigenous ways of the olden times are already forgotten. But what we can do with the knowledge of the olden ways is to harness it so that we can create a new one to make a better society. In my country today, we have the so-called, in our educational system, we have the so-called the K to 12, the kindergarten to grade 12, wherein cultural education is now part of that system, where young students, those who are in the elementary days, elementary years, they have to learn what was their culture, what was the history of their family, what was the history of their community. And I think by doing so at an early age, these students can understand and can appreciate what was the indigenous knowledge then. Then, maybe when they grow old, they can harness this knowledge and create a new one and make a better world. On my second point, I'd like to note that we also need to strengthen and give importance to communities, or even, or in this case, cultural communities who are trying to determine and assert themselves, to continue to preserve what they have in their culture. This is what usually happens in our cultural communities here. They stand and affirm their being indigenous peoples, so they still practice indigenous knowledge of the olden ways. However, they have to put in some new aspects to it, but it's still, we can still see it in their daily lives. So in this case, when we strengthen and we give support to these communities, culture preservation can be seen by a lot of people as also a good means to create a better society. So those are my 2 points, Atama.
Thank you for the 2 points. Let's bring in Sir Julius.
I have been wondering about the question. It was very nice. No, first, Mount Apo is inhabited by indigenous peoples, but most of them are actually Christians in terms of religion. But every year they really have to go to the summit of Mount Apo to renew their vow to just manifest the sacredness of the mountain. And so with that, I can always say that the indigenous people still integrate the mountain into their personalities. In terms of cultural preservation with the young people, in fact, I have been very critical. No, as a cultural worker, I have been very critical with some of the system of the education here in here, particularly here in Mindanao, because the indigenous peoples are here for the longest time, and we have these migrants coming from Visayas. We call them Bisaya, but the Philippine government, especially within the ancestral domain, we have this educational system where we are trying to integrate into their curriculum mother tongue, meaning the students, the pupils should use the local dialect. In our case, the Bagobo dialect should be taught to the children, but it's the other way around, because the Department of Education is teaching the Bisaya language, which is not anymore actually the mother tongue of the area. So one mechanism that I can always consider effective in preservation of the culture that the Bagobo Tagabawa, at least in a way, is the school of living tradition, because this is a very tedious teaching of their intangible cultural heritage from the cultural masters going to the younger generation, so that the culture, the traditions will be carried over from one generation to the other. Otherwise, if there is no SLT program, I cannot really imagine what will happen to the culture of the Bagobo Tagabawa. So for now, the local government is bent on institutionalizing this SLT program, because at present, we are still dependent from the National Commission for Culture and Arts in terms of budget, in terms of appropriation. But we have, the good thing is that we have integrated into our local plans SLT program that somehow will be considered to be given appropriations by the local government unit in 2 to 3 years time from now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Julius. I'd like to give this time to Dr. Paul Porodong to respond specifically on this particular matter before we ask Professor Mason the perspective of the same question, but in the context of Korea, since there was a mention about K-pop. But okay, Dr. Paul Porodong.
Thank you, Atama. Before I start, let me record my appreciation with our friend from Philippines. I think when come to dealing and working with indigenous people, Sabahan have a lot to learn from Philippines. I have some experience working in Palawan, and I'm truly impressed on how the local government and the government have set up a good mechanism where the local community were actively engaged in anything that a government want to promote or want to do within their living area. So I foresee a more collaborative working with our counterpart in Philippines. Now, coming back to the point, it's often when we talk about the cultural conservation, there is a mismatch, like what Atama said earlier, mismatch between what are the trends and what some conservationists think on what is cultural conservation is all about. I give you an example. When people talk about cultural conservation, it's often they think that cultural conservation is about maintaining the practice, continuing with the practice. Now, this might be a problem here because people already changed their value system, people have changed their lifestyle, people have changed their even religion, and to some extent, some of the local practice may not even allow in modern law. So if you are talking about cultural conservation, the meaning of cultural conservation is continuing with the practice, and then there'll be a problem. But the solution to this is, of course, is when we talk about cultural conservation, I think it has to be, the emphasis should be on the understanding. And like I said, I'm happy with what our friend from Philippines did. They put this into education, so there'll be more understanding about the culture, what are the rationale behind, what are the justification, and so on and so forth. Now, coming back to the climate change and this understanding. Now, in my culture, we consider that the hill, the mountain, the high point, and the river, this is considered a spiritual realm where you are not allowed to cut the hill. I mean, you don't allow to cut the vegetation on top of the hill. You are not allowed to cut the vegetation on the river because that is a spiritual. Now, that is a traditional way of understanding the environment. Now, if we say, okay, this is no longer applicable, we can cut the vegetation in the forest, we can cut the forest, we can clear the river and so on. Now, we fail to understand what are the rationale behind the particular cultural practice. Because today, we call the river conservation that is riparian. If you don't cut a certain part of the forest beside the river, that is riparian. And we are not, in Sabah, we are not allowing people to farm or cultivate on the hilltop more than 25-degree slope. So actually, if we understand the reason behind a certain cultural practice, we can find a ways to adopt it and to have a situation where we are no longer have to fight against the trend, but we are actually moving towards the trend. This is why it is important to promote indigenous knowledge, and important for those in the position to study, to try to understand the indigenous knowledge, indigenous practices, we may not necessarily continue with the practice, but we try to understand what are the reasons behind it. And like Mr. Magulite said, we can find ways to accommodate this knowledge to create a better place and better society. Thank you, Othman.
Hey, thank you, Dr. Paul. Now I invite Professor Mason. Yeah, the narrative is that traditional culture, and in your context, spiritual culture, but there is emerging trends of new cultures. For example, in Southeast Asia, young people are engrossed with the phenomena of K-pop, not knowing that there is really a deep cultural practice and amazing spiritual knowledge that you have been expounding. Maybe why don't you help us understand the context, and in a way that you have been working on over the many years. In your slide earlier on, there was a particular part where you bring students to practice some form of ritual or rites. I consider that engagement with young people, but the basis of the narrative is that trends, counterculture, external elements that can erode these cultural dimensions. Professor Mason.
Okay, yes. Definitely it's tied very closely to economic development and attaining wealth and sophisticated high technology. Like Korea has some of the fastest internet speeds in the world. Now, this is terribly destructive of any kind of sense, knowledge of, or practice of traditional culture. I would say this is a huge emergency, a great crisis in Korea. It's something that has deeply concerned me for my entire career, and I play this very strange role about it. The government, within the last 20, 30 years, has entirely dropped traditional culture from any formal education. In the system of middle schools or high schools, the exams that students have to take, this is absent. There's virtually no history being taught, no real history, and almost no traditional cultural understanding at all. And there are no required courses of it, and not in most universities either. So students actually just grow up not knowing anything in a very modernized physical context. By now, most Koreans, hardly anybody lives in a village anymore. Something like 85% live in urban areas, generally in apartment complexes where there is nothing traditional at all. No site of traditional culture where these children grow up. At best, they eat some of the kimchi food along with their hamburgers and pizza. That's about it. A modernization has captivated everyone. And yes, the K-pop that's very famous throughout East Asia, Koreans are very proud of it, and the government promotes it pretty strongly. Internationally, they're very proud of it. At the expense of traditional culture, they do not promote traditional spiritual culture nearly as much, really very little compared to how they promote the glitzy, shiny, brand new kind of K-pop successful culture involving all the high technology and the gleaming, shiny surfaces. It's totally different. Traditional Korean culture was very humble and very simple wooden things and paper and cotton. So extremely different, but the one has taken over the other. And with young people, I'm always shocked and disturbed. I mean, for 20 years, I've been a professor of cultural tourism. So the Korean students in my class, they want to get into the tourism field, and they don't know anything. They don't know the basics, even the national holidays, what they mean, or the background and about their own traditional culture. So it ends up with those students like what you said, yeah, I take them to a mountain out in the field and visit shaman shrines and Buddhist temples and explain the sacred mountain culture. I'm teaching them about it in English as an American, and that's really weird. But it's like the first time they ever learn this stuff. Nobody else teaches them, and thankfully, every year, some students, a dozen of or something, really get turned on and their eyes really light up. They get interested. They talk to me, and I had no idea our history was interesting. I never knew about it. We have traditional spirituality. Wow. And they go study further and they travel around and experience some things. And I'm very happy with that. And that makes my whole career worthwhile. But I keep feeling kind of outraged. Like, why do I have to do this? Why isn't this old American man who's turning on young Koreans to Korean culture? They're not getting exposure to it anywhere else, really. Just a few are interested to study like traditional music or dance, just a few. And traditional religions, such as Buddhism, they're losing. They're having trouble, like attracting young people to become Buddhist monks anymore. They have to advertise for that. They're trying to attract monks who never did before. Now they do. I'm really afraid in another generation or two, these things disappear in Korea. The farming villages are getting empty, you know. There's a large phenomena that no Korean girl will ever marry a farmer. The Korean boys, they inherit the farmland when their father dies, but no Korean girl will marry them. And that in our farming villages, now more than half of all the wives in the villages having children with the farmers are Chinese, Vietnamese, Mongolians, Filipinos, Indonesians. I've met people from Bangladesh, Turkey. Women are being ordered in wholesale numbers to marry Korean farmers. They're in the villages.
Right.
Or now a majority of the women in the village. And what does this mean about culture, about traditional culture in the villages? There's more, Vietnamese traditional food being prepared than Korean in our villages. It's an emergency, I would say, within Korea about losing the practice and knowledge of traditional culture. But the Korean government does not really see it as an emergency. They're happy to be modern on a global scale. They compare themselves with Europeans and Americans, not with other East Asians. They're proud of being more modern than the Chinese or whoever else.
Okay.
I don't have much hope about this.
Wow. Professor Mason, I think that is very glaring on the traditional cultural foundations of on the question about K-pop. Who would have known the real situation on the ground related with people's relationship to the mountain? I really think that this is learns for all of us to find strengthening our traditional ways through policies that we can make, through laws that we can enact, and through building of intergovernmental processes in the region, for example, like Bimpiaga. Before we move on to the closing of our webinar, I'm sorry I cut you off a while ago, Professor Mason. Let me give you 30 seconds to make your clarification, if any.
Yeah, just about the K-pop. Remember, it's really American black music, soul music, and then hip hop, rap music that was kind of filtered through Japan to become an Asian style thing, and Koreans picked it up mainly via Japan. It's very Western. There's almost nothing traditional Korean about K-pop.
Okay.
And
all right. Okay, so it takes Professor Mason to educate us about the reality of K-pop. So now we know that it's actually a Western popular culture. But we are discussing the people and the mountain relations with an international panel, and those are responses to questions from our viewers. I'm afraid time has already closed for more question and answers, but we want to thank each and every one of you who have posed your questions. Perhaps I won't read them out, but let me just flash them on board. Can we flash and recognize? There are so many comments and questions. Let's recognize our friends watching. So while we are doing this, how about I invite our guests from Indonesia, Philippines, and then from Korea to do a 30 minutes, 30 minutes, that's too long, 30 seconds conclusion, final words with relations to your topics. So Ibu, Madam Lita, your closing remark.
Okay, thank you. Maybe first of all, I would like to say my gratitude for inviting us in this webinar, and hope what I already share will give a new insight about the people and the mountain. And also what I want to emphasize here is culture is can bring about the action and the perspective which prioritize harmony between humans and the environments. That's all. That's why the elements between like the government, private sectors, and the people who lives together in the mountain area, especially, or in our country, it's become one of the precious, the people that preserve our culture and become our national character. Thank you, Mr. Atama.
Oh, thank you. And on behalf of us, we want to wish you a belated recognition of Pancasila to the people of Indonesia watching in. Okay, final words from our guests from the Philippines, Mr. Julius Relly and Mr. Miguelito Velasco.
Okay, once again, thank you so much. No, I'd like to commend the organizer of this forum, particularly the Ministry of Tourism of Sabah, and I would also like to thank you for inviting us. The Philippines has been an attraction already in terms of mountain tourism. We have a lot of mountains here also, just the same with Malaysia and Indonesia. So it's good that we have learned a lot from our neighbors here, and I can consider this one another learning point, one of the milestones in my career as cultural worker, and at the same time the tourism officer of our town here in Santa Cruz, Davao del Sur, particularly representing the highest peak in the country, that's Mount Apo. Thank you so much for inviting me, and I hope that this will serve as another baseline learning point for all of us to really strengthen our relation with our community we are working, and at the same time the mountain that we have been here as a heritage site. Thank you so much. Good day.
Mr. Miguelito, concluding remarks.
Yes, thank you, Atama. First of all, I'd like to thank the Sabah government for inviting us over to this learning activity. And of course, I would also like to say thank you to the National Commission for Culture and the Arts in my country for endorsing us. I just hope that the little knowledge that I impart can give out ideas or insights to make this world a better place to live in, not just for now, but for all the generations to come. And I would also like to invite everyone to visit our mountain, Mount Hamigitan Range Wildlife Sanctuary. That's the only mountain listed in UNESCO UNESCO in the Philippines. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Professor David Allen Mason, your concluding remarks.
Well, first, I would simply like to thank very much the Sabah Cultural Board and related authorities for holding this webinar. It's been very interesting all through, and I think people will get a lot of benefit from it. And I'd like to say that, yes, in Korea, we love visitors, and anyone interested in this kind of subject and would like to see about our sacred mountains and how the culture of that goes and how they are maintained and administrated, the sacred mountain subject, I am the person to contact, and we would love to have visitors come there. I can't arrange an air ticket and a hotel for you, but I can certainly buy you a great dinner and show you around some really great places, mountains and shrines on this subject, if you can visit. I think the sacred mountain culture of Korea is very strong, as strong as any country in the world for now, but it suffers from lack of official recognition, prejudice and bias against it within the government and some other authorities, people calling it a superstition, to even say that a mountain is sacred, although, you know, every other country around has, as we've seen in Southeast Asia, all these nations, including Islamic nations, they recognize, a sacred mountain of our country, and Japan does, and even China does. China's a communist government with official atheism, no religions, and yet the Chinese government has already registered with UNESCO the 9 most holy sacred mountains of China. South Korea will not do that. They refuse to even designate mountains as sacred. They say it's superstitious and not modern, something a modern country would not do. And this is the sort of thing I've been fighting about for 30 years, and I will continue fighting about it until my complete retirement. And by the way, my retirement house is in Philippines, Negros Island, Dumaguete town, a tourism town, really not very far from Sabah, certainly not far from Mindanao and Davao. I'm close by on my vacation times and retirement time. I'm right here in Dumaguete. So I'd be happy for any visitors here too, and to keep in touch with all of you on these topics. Thank you.
Yes. Definitely, we have built some relationship here while discussing the webinar, and of course, we will take into strong consideration a way to visit each other after this pandemic is beginning to show signs of a slowdown. Final words from Dr. Paul Porodong, who is also our consultant at Sabah Cultural Board. Dr. Paul?
Yes, thank you, Othman. I present a paper. There are many ways to relate ourselves with mountain, and I foresee, or I hope that if Sabah government, or any government for that matter, if we can promote for the community to adopt the highest point or highest place in the surrounding as their personal hill or personal mountain, I think this will contribute not only to the conservation, environmental conservation, not only contributing to the managing climate change, but it also contribute to relieve the relationship between people and the physical environment. Maybe nowadays people use this hill or mountain as a hiking or for recreational purposes, but I think this is one way to respect that and to relieve and to revive the fact that we do have a personal relation with our physical environment, and maybe hopefully in the future we can do more seminar in relation to people in mountain, and it's not just mountain, even hill, high point. I think it's good for the environment if we can create a good policy where people are actually adopting and appreciating the contribution of high point topography. Thank you, Watama, and allow me to say congratulations to all speakers and to all listeners and to the organizers.
Thank you, Dr. Paul. For me, as a moderator, on duty since the morning session and until today, this afternoon, it has been totally, absolutely a pleasure. For myself, as a cultural artist, I can only say that I've learned so much from what our local government, agencies, our country governments, local governments, as well as academia, experts, NGO, or let me just put it, all stakeholders. There is a certain energy that is prevalent in our webinar today, and we can only move one step at a time, not backwards, moving forward. So I hope that all our work will move forward and we will achieve milestones after milestones, especially after today's webinar, which is an international discussion about people's relationship with their mountains. We have taken a closer look at various angles of all topics with our esteemed panels of experts from Sabah and international. Let's end our webinar live show broadcast today with a closing speech and summary. We have now the pleasure to invite Yang Berbahagia Dato' Haji S.R. Yusri Abdullah, the Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and Environment, Sabah. Yang Berbahagia Dato' Haji Muhammad Yusri Abdullah, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam Sabah Maju Jaya. Yang berhormat Datuk Jeffrey Arifin, Minister of Tourism, Culture and Environment Sabah. Yang berhormat Datuk Justinus Guntabid, Assistant Minister, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Environment Sabah. Mr. Haji Muhammad Abdul Haji Awang Damit, Chairman of Socio-Cultural and Education Cluster, BIM IAGA. Mr. Mickey Apison, General Manager, Sabah Cultural Board. Speakers and delegates from BIM IAGA member countries, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to be here with you all today. In this opportunity, I would like to extend my heartiest congratulations to the entire team who had made this event a huge success. It is certainly a job well done and deserves applause. Together with us today are the speakers from different agencies in Sabah and also speakers from respective countries, mainly from Indonesia, Philippines, and South Korea. I'm indeed grateful for your commitment to be here with us today amidst your busy schedule. Ladies and gentlemen, based on the sharing in today's webinar, we realize the importance of understanding the culture of the community living around the mountain. The knowledge that they inherit from their ancestors is vital in preserving and conserving the nature and the mountain itself. Hence, webinars as this offer us an opportunity to share and exchange each other culture and traditional knowledge. This webinar indeed an eye-opener for us to beautiful culture in relation between human and the mountain. I look forward for more information sharing involving other countries in near future. Finally, I would like to thank you all. Take care and wish you the best in everything you do. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
이들은 메이슨 교수를 통해 산에 숨겨진 진짜 한국을 알아가고 있습니다.
So I think K Mountains is this really big project which can grow and grow from year to year. Because as Professor told us, this is the only place where you can map not just nature, religious stuff included, and historical, cultural. It is something which explains Korea more better.
오늘 산행을 주도한 메이슨 교수는 지난 30년간 한국의 산신을 연구한 학자입니다. 원래 그는 미국에서 동양의 불교 문화를 공부했다는데요. 그러다 우연히 들른 한국에서 산신 문화를 접하게 됐습니다. 강한 끌림을 느낀 그는 이내 한국에 정착했습니다. 등산로도 제대로 없던 80년대 초반부터 전국 산을 다니며 산악 문화를 연구했습니다. 20대 청춘에 시작한 연구는 은퇴를 바라보는 지금까지 이어졌습니다. 한국의 산 문화가 지닌 잠재력을 믿기 때문이었습니다. 그는 줄곧 한국 산의 가치와 관광 산업화 가능성을 알려왔습니다. 그 일환이 템플스테이였습니다. 메이슨 교수를 비롯한 몇 사람의 손을 거쳐 탄생한 템플스테이는 외국인들에게 열렬한 호응을 받았습니다. 현재까지 템플스테이 프로그램을 체험한 외국인은 200만 명. OECD는 템플스테이를 창의적이고 경쟁력 있는 우수 문화상품으로 선정했습니다. 한국의 산악 문화가 세계적으로 통할 수 있다는 그의 주장이 입증된 겁니다.
Because to us, this is new and fresh. Koreans kind of take it for granted. They think it's something ordinary. But really, if you show it to them and explain it to them, it's really quite fascinating.
하지만 이런 산의 강점을 제대로 보존하지도 활용하지도 못하는 한국의 현실이 그는 안타깝기만 합니다.
But regular mountain hikers, they kind of ignore all the spiritual places. They only have the goal of reaching the summit of the mountain and celebrating as quickly as they can. It's a little bit of the modern Bali culture. Koreans themselves need to recognize the great value of their mountain.
Let us take advantage of this opportunity to get to know our neighbor. Ang Brunei, ang Indonesia, ang Malaysia.
Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Pilipinas.
You will see our masters demonstrating their craft for the future generations of Bruneians, Filipinos, Malaysian, and Indonesians.
Budaya, 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 budaya.
We are really excited to attend this event. They've been held in Jensan on 20 to 24th of September 2017. And we hope the participation from our countries will become a bridge to connect between Malaysia and Philippines, not only for this generation, but to the future generation as I see in front of me right now.
Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Pilipinas. Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Pilipinas.
I didn't really know what to expect. I knew there would be many people from different communities to come to this gathering, and I was very excited to meet the people and to learn more about them and understand how they were feeling about what happened to their mountain, and to learn how they might want to take care of it.
Suddenly the building, the office shaking. In 1 or 2 minutes, the mountain, we cannot see the mountain. The things I remember that time is just, oh God, today I will die.
I'm see the lowest peak, all the rocks was fallen, and some of the climbers actually they're still there. Actually what I'm doing, I'm just shout to them to running down.
I just want to say how relieved and happy I am to finally be home. I know my behaviour was foolish, and I know how much offence we all caused to the local people of Sabah. For that, I am truly sorry.
Started when photographs of these naked tourists were taken, were circulating online, showing them naked near the peak of Mount Kinabalu, which is considered sacred for locals here. There's lots of indigenous groups in Sabah state, and they believe it's the final resting spot for the spirits of their ancestors. And the Deputy Chief Minister of Sabah had said that he saw a direct correlation, a direct link between the actions of these tourists and the earthquake a few days later, which killed 18 people, including school children. Well, not all Malaysians, of course, agree with this, but they do believe that these foreigners had acted with entitlement and that they should be punished, because Sabah Parks officials have accused these foreigners of not only stripping, but also urinating and then cursing at one of their staff members.